What if the gods themselves were the architects of war? In the shadowy corridors of power in ancient Rome, whispers of divine will echoed like thunderclaps, stirring the hearts of senators and soldiers alike. The air thickened with tension, charged with the promise of bloodshed. Rome, a colossal empire poised on the brink of conquest, wielded mythology as both sword and shield, invoking tales of gods and heroes to bless their ambitions and justify their relentless thirst for expansion. As legions prepared for battle, the flickering torches illuminated the resolute faces of commanders, their minds racing with the weight of destiny. The sacred rituals that unfolded before them were not mere superstition. They were the lifeblood of Rome's imperial identity. Would the favor of Mars, the god of war, grant them glory on foreign fields? The churning hearts of the populace, fearful yet exhilarated, swayed with each incantation uttered by the priests, who painted vivid pictures of valor drawn from myth. The Colosseum loomed in the distance, a testament to Rome's might and a reminder of the brutal fights that echoed through its arches. For the Romans, every conflict was not simply a battle for territory but a clash of divine purpose, a manifestation of the gods' will upon the mortal realm. When the drums of war beat relentlessly, tales of Aeneas, the legendary founder of Rome, surged through the ranks, a rallying cry for soldiers to embrace their fates as they charged into the unknown. Was it mere coincidence that the fates of nations often mirrored the epic struggles woven into the fabric of their mythology? Yet, beneath this majestic veneer lay a chilling truth. Each invocation of the divine carried with it the burden of sacrifice. As the blood of enemies stained the earth, the Romans could almost hear the whispered judgment of the gods, demanding more than mere victories. They sought loyalty, devotion, and the eternal offering of souls. In the clutches of war, morality blurred, and the lines between righteousness and cruelty dissolved, leaving in their wake a haunting void. Consider the fateful moment when the Senate, cloaked in the authority of tradition, sanctioned the invasion of distant lands, their hearts hardened by the stories that had shaped their beliefs. The myths spun tales of divine favor, guiding their hands as they wielded power over life and death. Yet what price would they pay? As legions marched into the fray, the heavens watched with bated breath, ready to deliver judgment. The tension culminated in the fiery clash of swords, the air thick with cries of victory and despair. Gods and mortals swirled together in a chaotic dance, where myth and reality intertwined, revealing the raw, visceral truth of human ambition. As the dust settled, the question lingered. Had they truly been chosen by the gods, or had they forged their own damning destiny? The answer lay shrouded in the echoes of history, waiting to rise again with each new conflict, each new battle cry. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient hills of Rome. A soft breeze swept through the cobblestone streets, whispering tales of gods and heroes long forgotten. In the flickering light of torches, the people gathered in the forum, their faces lit with a mix of reverence and excitement. They were not just spectators. They were part of a grand tapestry woven with threads of myth, history, and a deep yearning for connection to the divine. From the outset, Roman mythology emerged not from a void, but from a confluence of influences, taking root in the rich soil of Etruscan beliefs, the spiritual customs of the Italic tribes, and even the vibrant stories of the Greeks. It was as if the gods themselves had woven their existence into the very fabric of Rome, creating a landscape where the sacred and the mundane danced together in an eternal embrace. As the tales spread, they transformed Rome into a city that thrummed with the pulse of divine favor and human ambition. Amidst the shifting sands of history, the early Romans found themselves gazing upon a world where gods were not distant figures in the stars, but living entities intertwined with their daily lives. Janus, the two-faced god of beginnings and transitions, stood at the threshold of every door, symbolizing the choices they faced. His presence spoke of the past and the future, a reminder that each decision shaped the future of Rome. And as the Romans passed through doorways, they whispered prayers to him, hoping to garner his blessing before embarking on their journeys. In the twilight of their understanding, the Latins, the ancestors of the Romans, were deeply influenced by their surroundings. They took inspiration from the land, the river, and the mountains that cradled their existence. The Tiber, winding gracefully through the city, became more than just a river. It was a life-giving spirit, embodying prosperity and sustenance. Legends flourished around its banks, tales of fishermen calling upon the river's bounty and of spirits dwelling beneath the surface, watching over those who honored the waters. As they built their city, the Romans looked to the heavens. The sky, vast and infinite, became a canvas for their gods. Jupiter, king of the gods, ruled the pantheon with his thunderbolts and fierce gaze. His temple stood tall on the Capitoline Hill, a beacon of power, where sacrifices were made and oaths were sworn. The people felt a shiver of awe each time they gazed upon its grandeur, a reminder that their fates were intertwined with the will of the divine. As the priests chanted sacred hymns, the crowd felt a surge of hope, a collective heartbeat that resonated with the promise of protection and fortune. But Roman mythology was not merely a reflection of their beliefs. It was a living narrative that adapted and evolved. The Greeks had already carved out their mythic world, and when the Romans encountered these tales, they didn't simply adopt them, they transformed them. Mars, the god of war, became an emblem of Roman valor, embodying the spirit of a people who thrived on conquest and glory. The stories of Hercules, once a Greek hero, morphed into a narrative of Roman strength, a demonstration of might that resonated with every soldier marching into battle. Yet the most profound influences were often hidden in the quiet corners of their society. The household gods, known as the Laras and Penates, were not mere relics of worship but integral companions in everyday life. Families would gather around the hearth, honoring these spirits with offerings, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the blessings of home and hearth. In these moments, the divine felt tangible, woven into the fabric of their existence, a comforting presence in the hustle of life. As the empire expanded, so too did the pantheon of deities. Each conquered territory brought with it new gods, new stories, and new rituals. The Romans, ever the adaptable pragmatists, didn't shy away from these new influences. Instead, they embraced them, weaving them into their own beliefs, creating a rich tapestry of mythology that reflected the diversity of the empire. The gods of Egypt, Persia, and the Celts found their place among the Roman deities. From the enigmatic Isis, who offered protection and love, to the fierce warrior goddess Andarta, these new figures added layers of complexity to the existing mythology. But with each new god came a challenge: how to maintain the delicate balance between tradition and innovation. The Romans grappled with their identity, their myths sometimes clashing with the realities of an ever-expanding empire. Yet, in these moments of tension, creativity blossomed. Poets and playwrights took to the stage, breathing life into ancient tales, weaving narratives that captivated audiences and explored the human condition. In this blend of mythology and art, the stories of gods and mortals transcended time, reminding everyone of the shared struggles and aspirations that defined the human experience. An electric energy filled the air as the people of Rome gathered to witness grand festivals, their hearts racing with anticipation. The celebration of Saturnalia, honoring the god Saturn, enveloped the city in a whirlwind of joy and revelry. Masks adorned faces, and laughter echoed through the streets as social norms melted away, if only for a fleeting moment. Freedom and festivity intertwined, a reminder that beneath the weight of power and duty, the spirit of the divine invited them to celebrate life itself. And just as the flames of the bonfires flickered into the night, so too did whispers of destiny swirl through the crowd. The myths they cherished were more than stories. They were a call to arms, a challenge to shape the future. As the echoes of laughter faded, the people knew that the foundations of their mythology were more than mere tales. They were vibrant threads connecting the past, the present, and the future, binding the hearts of Romans together. An unbreakable bond that would endure through time, pulsing with the very essence of life and belief. In the dim light, the crowd began to disperse, yet the air was thick with a sense of longing. The stories woven into the fabric of Roman mythology were not just for the past. They were an invitation for what was to come. The gods watched, waited, and listened. The echoes of their power lingered, hinting that the journey through the stories of Rome had only just begun. igniting a fire of curiosity in the hearts of those who dared to believe. In the flickering light of a dying sun, the streets of ancient Rome pulsed with life. The air buzzed with voices, laughter, and the sharp clatter of sandals on cobblestones. Shadows stretched long as the last rays of sunlight kissed the grand marble columns of the Forum. But amid this vibrant tapestry, an unseen force stirred, a deep-rooted power that shaped the very identity of its people. Myth was the silent architect, building the walls of belief and pride that formed the foundation of Roman civilization. The stories of gods and heroes echoed through the ages, carried on the lips of the old and young alike. They whispered of Romulus and Remus, twin sons of the war god Mars, suckled by a she-wolf and destined to establish the city that would conquer the world. From an early age, children learned that they were not merely citizens of a city, but descendants of divine beings, chosen and blessed. This sense of origin instilled an unbreakable bond with the land and its legacy. As the children played in the streets, their imaginations soared through the tales of Aeneas, the Trojan hero whose journey to Italy was filled with trials and tribulations. He was not just a character in a story, he was a beacon of hope and resilience, the embodiment of Roman virtues like duty, sacrifice, and honor. When the elder citizens gathered at the Forum, they recounted his challenges, igniting a fire in the hearts of listeners. Each tale served as a reminder that greatness was not merely a birthright but a responsibility, a calling to uphold the values that defined their identity. The stories of gods like Jupiter and Mars were not just entertainment. They were the very threads that wove the fabric of Rome. Jupiter, the king of the gods, represented authority, justice, and strength. To Romans, he was not a distant deity but an ever-present protector, guiding their decisions and actions. In temples adorned with intricate statues, citizens prayed for his favor, believing that their fates rested in his powerful hands. When a new general prepared for battle, he would invoke Jupiter's name, seeking the divine blessing that would ensure victory and glory. Yet, myths were not merely stories of triumph. They carried warnings too. The tale of the tragic hero, like that of Tarquin the Proud, reminded the people of the dangers of pride and tyranny. His downfall was a cautionary tale, illustrating the consequences of straying from the moral path. Such narratives reinforced the importance of virtue, urging citizens to uphold the principles that made Rome great. They served as a constant reminder that greatness could be lost as easily as it was achieved. In the grand amphitheaters, the myths came alive. The audience roared as they watched performances that depicted the heroic deeds of legendary figures. Gladiators, like modern-day demigods, fought for honor and glory, their blood spilling on the sand, a visceral reminder of the sacrifices made for the empire. Each clash of metal echoed the stories told by their ancestors, reinforcing the belief that they were part of something far greater than themselves, tied together by a shared history and destiny. As the empire expanded, so too did the tapestry of myths. Conquered peoples brought their stories, blending them into the rich mosaic of Roman identity. The gods of the vanquished were absorbed into the pantheon, creating a sense of unity amidst diversity. This was not merely a conquest of land, but a conquest of hearts and minds. Each new tale added depth to the Roman narrative, allowing the empire's identity to evolve without losing its essence. In the quiet corners of bustling marketplaces, traders spun yarns of adventure and valor. Merchants from distant lands recounted their encounters with the divine, their tales melding with Roman legends, creating a vibrant cultural dialogue. This exchange of stories forged connections, reminding everyone that they were part of a vast network of shared beliefs, hopes, and dreams. The myths transcended borders, echoing through the hearts of all who inhabited the empire. As twilight descended, families gathered around flickering fires, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. The elders, with their weathered hands, shared the ancient tales once more. The children listened, wide-eyed, captivated not just by the stories, but by the values they represented. Loyalty, courage, and sacrifice became ingrained in their very being. They learned that they were inheritors of a legacy, custodians of a culture that demanded not just pride but responsibility. The tales of Rome were not confined to history books or sacred texts. They lived in the hearts of its people. They were the threads that bound families together, shaping their values and breathing life into their ambitions. Each citizen carried a piece of the myth, igniting the flames of passion and purpose. They knew that they belonged to something extraordinary, a narrative that spanned generations and transcended the sands of time. Yet, as the stories flowed, so did the challenges. The weight of expectation bore down on their shoulders. The fierce pride in their heritage sometimes morphed into an overwhelming pressure to live up to the ideals set forth by their ancestors. The pressure to be exceptional could stifle creativity and innovation, creating a paradox where the very myths that united them could also divide. Throughout the empire, shadows of doubt crept in. Not every citizen felt the pulse of the mythic heart. Some questioned the validity of the narratives that shaped their world. They wondered if the gods truly cared, if the tales of glory were just that, tales spun to control and inspire. In the dark of night, whispers of dissent began to rise, hinting at cracks in the foundation that had held their identity together for centuries. But the myths remained. They echoed through the ages, reminding Romans of their history, their struggles, and their triumphs. Even in moments of uncertainty, the stories beckoned them back. They served as a guide, a moral compass that pointed toward the ideals of bravery and honor. It was in these moments of doubt that the power of myth shone brightest, reigniting the flicker of hope that had always burned deep within. In this ever-changing landscape, the role of myth evolved, adapting to the needs and aspirations of the people. As the empire faced trials both internal and external, the stories morphed, reflecting a dynamic identity that was both rooted in tradition and open to transformation. It was a delicate balance, where the echoes of the past intertwined with the aspirations of the future, creating a legacy that would endure through the ages. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the myths of Rome continued to weave their magic. They shaped the identity of its citizens, binding them together in a shared experience that transcended time and space. The stories would not end. They would merely transform, evolving with the people they defined, ensuring that the spirit of Rome would forever resonate through the halls of history. Under the shadow of a blood-red sunset, the air crackled with a tension that whispered of impending destiny. Soldiers, clad in their leather armor and iron helmets, stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding in sync with the war drums echoing in the distance. Each soldier clutched his spear tightly, the sun's dying rays glinting off the sharpened tips like the eyes of the gods themselves, watching, judging, and perhaps favoring. What fate awaited them on this battlefield was not merely the outcome of swords clashing and shields colliding. It was intertwined with the will of the divine. In ancient Rome, military campaigns were seldom just about strategy and strength. No, there was a deeper layer that enveloped the hearts of men and the decisions of generals. The whispers of fate were carried on the wings of the gods, and the Roman legions often marched into battle not only with their weapons but also with fervent prayers echoing through the air. Each commander, from the lowly centurion to the mighty consul, understood one fundamental truth. Victory was a gift bestowed by the deities, a divine favor that could turn the tide when all seemed lost. As the legions prepared for battle, the high priest would stand before the gathered troops, eyes gleaming with fervor. "We seek the favor of Mars," he would proclaim, voice rising over the rustle of armor and the murmur of anxious men. Mars, the god of war, was not just a figure of myth. He was a living force believed to walk among them, favoring those who honored him. Offerings of wine, incense, and even the blood of sacrificed animals were made to appease him, to invoke his protection and prowess. The soldiers, often superstitious, would close their eyes, envisioning the god's powerful presence enveloping them, lending them strength for the fight ahead. It was a scene echoed throughout Roman history, from the early days of the Republic to the mighty empire. The fervor of faith surged through the ranks during the Second Punic War, as Hannibal's shadow loomed over Rome like a dark cloud. In their desperation, the Romans turned to their gods, belief igniting the flames of courage in their hearts. Even during the darkest hours, when the enemy seemed unassailable, they shouted prayers to Jupiter, the king of the gods, seeking his divine intervention. And in that moment of unwavering faith, a remarkable transformation took hold. On the battlefield, the clash of steel rang like a symphony. Men fell, cries of agony mingled with shouts of victory. But in this chaos, there was an unmistakable feeling. The gods were with them. The Romans believed they could feel Mars's fiery spirit as it coursed through the air, inspiring them to push forward, to fight harder, to seize triumph from the jaws of despair. The ground trembled beneath their feet as if the very earth itself rallied to their cause, a sign that the divine was at work, weaving the fates of mortals. It wasn't just the gods of war that Roman commanders sought to appease. Fortuna, the goddess of fate and fortune, was often invoked. Generals would pause on the eve of battle to perform rituals that honored her. A small offering, a simple prayer, could shift the balance from certain defeat to glorious victory. The belief that her will could turn in their favor kept hope alive. It was during the siege of Veii that the Romans fashioned a special temple to Fortuna, believing that her blessing was vital for their success. As the trumpets sounded and the walls of the enemy city crumbled, the soldiers raised their voices, praising the goddess they thought was smiling down upon them, her hands guiding their swords. But the gods were not merely distant figures. They were intimately entwined with the lives of the soldiers. These warriors wore their faith like a second skin, allowing it to shape their actions and their very souls. Those who fell in battle were believed to become part of the divine chorus, joining the ranks of the gods, their spirits soaring high in the heavens, fighting alongside their brothers in arms. Death on the battlefield was not an end. It was a transformation, a passage to a higher existence where they could eternally bask in the glory of the divine. Yet, the favor of the gods was a double-edged sword, came with expectations. Roman generals who overstepped their bounds, who grew arrogant in victory, often found themselves facing the wrath of the deities they had once courted. The tale of the great general Sulla serves as a haunting reminder. After a series of glorious victories, he turned his back on the gods, claiming his might was from his own strength. The gods, once his allies, withdrew their favor, and his fall was as swift and dramatic as his rise had been. The battlefield became a theater of divine retribution, a harrowing reminder that the gods would not tolerate disrespect or arrogance. As night fell, the smoke of battle hung in the air, and those who survived the clash felt a sense of awe wash over them. They had not only engaged in warfare, they had participated in a sacred dance with the divine. The blood that soaked the earth was a testament to their devotion, and the cries of their fallen comrades were echoes of prayers that would linger long after the last sword was sheathed. In the twilight of this sacred connection, the legions gathered around their campfires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames as they shared stories of valor and fear. Each tale was a tribute to the gods who had fought alongside them, to the divine favor that had guided their hands. Amidst laughter and tears, they spoke the names of their deities, weaving a tapestry of hope and belief that would inspire future generations. The bond between soldier and god was unbreakable, a thread that connected their mortal struggles to the immortal realm. And just as the embers glowed brighter with every breath, so too did the anticipation for the next battle rise. The winds whispered of new challenges, new foes, and with them, new opportunities to call upon the gods for their favor. Would Mars smile down upon them once again, or would Fortuna's will turn unfavorably? The uncertainty hung in the air like a charged storm, and they knew that their fates were always intertwined with those who watched from beyond the stars, lending strength to their resolve as they prepared for what lay ahead. The flames flickered wildly against the night sky, casting eerie shadows on the faces of the weary Trojans who had survived the fall of their great city. Aeneas stood amidst the chaos, his heart heavy with loss yet ignited by an unwavering sense of purpose. The ashes of Troy burned in his memory, each ember a reminder of the home he had lost, the people he could not save. But within that grief lay the seeds of destiny. He was not just a survivor. He was a beacon of hope, a promise of a new beginning. The stories of glory, valor, and the gods swirled around him like the smoke from the ruins, whispering their demands for action. His mother, Venus, had guided him through the darkness, illuminating the path toward a future that would rise from the ashes of Troy. as he gazed at the faces of his people. Tired, broken, yet resolute, Aeneas felt the weight of their dreams resting on his shoulders. They were not merely fleeing. They were seeking a place to rebuild, to honor the legacy of their fallen city. In the stillness that followed the chaos, Aeneas could hear the faint echoes of his comrades' voices, each one a reminder of the bonds forged in battle, of sacrifices made for one another. Old friends like Achates stood by his side, eyes glinting with the fire of unyielding loyalty. They had survived the siege, but what awaited them now? A new land where they could carve out a future, or a further descent into despair. This was no longer just about survival. It was about establishing a new home that honored the essence of what Troy once represented. As they set sail across the treacherous waters of the Mediterranean, the waves crashed fiercely against their ship, mirroring the turmoil inside Aeneas's heart. Each wave was a challenge, a test of their resolve. The winds howled like the spirits of their fallen kin, urging them forward, but also reminding them of the dangers lurking in the unknown. Yet, with every gust that filled their sails, Aeneas felt the call of Troy urging him onward. The promise of a new legacy hung in the air, electrifying and terrifying in equal measure. His thoughts drifted to the stories of heroic ancestors, tales that told of men who faced insurmountable odds, who dared to chase their destinies against all likelihood. Aeneas understood that this journey was not merely one of physical distance but also a spiritual quest. Each step taken, each horizon crossed, would bring them closer to a land where they could honor the memory of Troy. Their expansion was not driven by conquest but by the need to preserve a culture, to thrive in the name of those who could not. Amidst the uncertainty, visions of a new homeland began to form in Aeneas's mind. He envisioned sprawling fields where the Trojans could cultivate crops, where laughter would fill the air instead of the cries of battle. He imagined children playing under the sun, their faces bright with hope, a stark contrast to the hollow expressions of survivors. This was what drove him, the desire to create a future that celebrated both the memory of their past and the promise of what could be. But the journey was fraught with peril. The shipmates faced storms that threatened to rip them apart, monsters lurking beneath the surface that could drag them down into the depths. Aeneas stood firm at the helm, eyes fixed on the horizon, an unwavering captain steering his beleaguered crew toward salvation. With every challenge they faced, he could feel a fire igniting within him, the fire of purpose, the fierce resolve to ensure that Troy would live on, not just in memory but in the hearts of those who would follow. As they approached the shores of Italy, the land loomed before them, a promise wrapped in mystery. Aeneas's heart raced, an exhilarating mix of hope and fear swelling within him. What awaited them on this new frontier? Would it be a sanctuary or another battlefield? The echoes of the past intertwined with the possibilities of the future, creating a tension that thickened the air around them. Their feet kissed the new soil, and a wave of emotions washed over Aeneas. This land, untouched and wild, held both the weight of their sorrow and the promise of rebirth. He could feel the spirits of his fallen comrades urging him forward, their whispers echoing in his mind, reminding him of the duty he carried. He was not just a man on a quest. He was a vessel of their legacy, a bridge between the past and the future. But the moment of triumph was short-lived. As they established their camp, news arrived of fierce tribes who already inhabited this new land. The Trojans were not the only ones who sought a place to call home. Aeneas's heart sank at the thought of potential conflict, yet he understood that to honor the legacy of Troy, they must tread carefully. Expansion, he realized, was not solely about claiming land. It was about building relationships, forging alliances, and respecting those who had come before them. The tension in Aeneas's chest tightened once more. How could they make their presence known without igniting further violence? He gathered his people around him, voice steady yet filled with the weight of his dreams. We are not here to conquer but to connect, to share our story and honor those who walked before us. Each word ignited a spark of hope within his fellow Trojans. They were ready to embrace this new chapter, to justify their expansion with respect and understanding. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Aeneas felt the stirrings of a new beginning. The legacy of Troy was alive in him, a flame that could not be extinguished. With every breath he took, he felt the heartbeat of his ancestors resonating through the earth, urging him onward. The journey was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a new saga, one that would be written by the hands of those who dared to dream. And in that moment, Aeneas knew that the story of Troy would thrive again, not just in the echoes of the past, but in the lives they would build right here, on this new land. In the flickering light of a campfire, shadows danced across the faces of soldiers, their eyes reflecting the flicker of flames like the glint of steel in battle. The air was thick with tension, a mix of fear and adrenaline. They were warriors, heirs to a long legacy of valor and bloodshed. Above all, they invoked the name of Mars, the ancient god of war whose very essence seeped into the soil of their forebears. As they shared stories, their voices trembled with reverence. For Mars was not just a deity. He was a guiding spirit, a fierce protector, and an eternal reminder of the burdens they carried. Mars, with his blood-red cloak and fierce gaze, represented more than just conflict. He was a symbol of honor, duty, and the relentless pursuit of glory. He was born from the union of Juno and Jupiter, a fierce warrior destined to shape the destinies of men. From the dusty plains of ancient Rome to the thunderous fields of battle, his influence hung heavy in the air. When war drums beat, it was his call that echoed through the ranks, urging men forward, reminding them of their sacred mission. With every clash of swords, the soldiers felt the weight of Mars upon their shoulders. In the heat of battle, they called upon him, offering prayers for victory, for courage, for protection. In return, he inspired them to face insurmountable odds. The Roman legions, formidable and disciplined, marched under his watchful eye. Their formations were as precise as a well-timed dance, each soldier a note in a grand symphony of warfare. The phrase "Mars is with us" was uttered with such conviction that it became a mantra, fueling their resolve even in the direst moments. In the annals of history, Mars's presence was felt in moments that changed the course of empires. At the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal, a general known for his cunning, maneuvered his troops with a strategy so brilliant it seemed divine. As the Roman armies fell into his trap, the echoes of Mars's name rang out among the ranks of the defeated. The blood-soaked earth bore testament to a battle truly worthy of his vicious spirit. Soldiers fell, their dreams extinguished, yet even in their final moments, they clung to the hope that Mars would usher them into the afterlife, a place where honor reigned supreme. As centuries passed, the connection between Mars and military culture only deepened. His image graced the banners of armies, proud and defiant, instilling fear in the hearts of enemies. The Romans celebrated his sacred festivals, the most prominent being the Feriae Martii, where warriors would offer sacrifices in hopes of gaining his favor. The thunder of hooves and the clash of shields could almost be heard resonating through the ages as warriors adorned themselves with symbols of Mars, believing that he would grant them strength in the face of adversity. Yet Mars was not merely a figure of bloodshed. He was a paradox, embodying both destruction and protection. The gladiators, those fierce fighters of the arenas, also looked to him, their lives hanging by a thread while they battled for freedom or glory. The roaring crowds became a chorus, chanting his name, demanding the purest display of valor. In those moments of life and death, Mars became a lifeline, a tether to their humanity amidst the chaos. As the Middle Ages dawned, the legacy of Mars morphed but never waned. Knights clad in shining armor took on the mantle of warriors, their swords gleaming with the promise of honor. They adorned their shields with the emblem of Mars, invoking his spirit in their quest for chivalry and noble glory. The tales of valiant knights and their quests became woven into the very fabric of military culture, each tale a testament to the enduring influence of the god of war. The resonant call of "For Mars" became a rallying cry during battles, igniting flames of bravery and heroism that echoed through the ages. This influence stretched beyond the battlefield, seeping into the very essence of governance. Kings and emperors, in their quest for dominion, invoked Mars to legitimize their rule. The Roman Emperor Augustus, for instance, claimed to be descended from the god himself. His reign was marked by a profound transformation of the military, as he crafted a legacy that celebrated Mars at its core. The Pax Romana emerged, not merely as a time of peace, but as a period where the specter of Mars loomed large, reminding all of the fine line between peace and conflict. In art and literature, Mars's influence blossomed. Poets sang of his exploits, while artists captured his fierce visage in grand murals and statues, immortalizing his power on canvas and stone. Each brushstroke echoed with the cries of warriors, their dreams woven into the very fabric of Mars's being. The narratives of gods and heroes became intertwined, merging history and myth, igniting passions that would inspire countless generations to come. As the world hurtled toward modernity, even the specters of the past refused to fade. The armies of the 19th and 20th centuries, too, found solace in the figure of Mars. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire echoed like the war drums of old, and soldiers still whispered invocations of his name before heading into battle. With each war, the cycle of reverence continued, each soldier becoming a part of the tapestry woven by Mars, a relentless force that shaped their very souls. Amidst the madness of war, there remained an ache for something greater, a yearning to connect with that primal essence of courage and strength. Mars was there, a constant reminder that even in the face of despair, there was a fire that burned brightly in the hearts of those who dared to fight. And as the battles raged on, the spirit of Mars lingered, an unwavering beacon guiding warriors through the darkness, compelling them to rise, to fight, to claim their rightful place in the annals of history. The blood of countless warriors became intertwined with the very soil, a testament to their devotion to the god who had inspired them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, the air once again filled with the fervent whispers of soldiers seeking Mars's blessing. The stories of valor and sacrifice ignited their spirits, compelling them to forge ahead, to face whatever awaited them beyond the horizon. The tension hung thick in the air, and the drums of war began to beat once more, heralding a new chapter in the saga of Mars. A chapter that would forever echo through time. A cycle of conflict, honor, and the unyielding spirit of those who dared to answer the call of the god of war. A chill swept through the streets of ancient Rome as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of foreboding. The air was thick with anticipation, with fear and hope braided together like the vines that clung to the city walls. In the midst of this tension, an enigmatic figure awaited, draped in the tattered robes of a prophet. This was the Sibyl, whose voice could sway the fate of nations. Her prophecies were not mere ramblings. They were heavy with visions, echoing through the ages with a resonance that could stir the bravest of hearts. As she stood there, the winds carried her words like a haunting melody, rustling the leaves of the nearby cypress trees. Citizens, generals, and even emperors would seek out her wisdom, knowing that her utterances could change the very course of history. Her cryptic messages were not just riddles. They were keys to military strategies, offering insights that could save armies or doom them to ruin. Every syllable she spoke weighed heavily, like a stone dropped into still waters, sending ripples of consequence throughout Rome. The stories of her prophecies coursed through the city like wildfire. One tale recounted how the Sibyl had foreseen the rise of a great enemy, a looming threat that would bring the Roman legions to their knees. The generals, skeptical at first, dismissed her warnings as the ramblings of a madwoman. But as the enemy's banners appeared on the horizon, a cold knot of fear twisted in their stomachs. They would soon learn that underestimating the Sibyl was a grave mistake. In another chilling account, the Sibyl had stood before a gathering of anxious senators, her voice trembling with urgency. She foretold a time when the very walls of Rome would tremble under the weight of betrayal from within. "Trust no one," she had warned, her eyes glimmering with an intensity that sent shivers down spines. And while senators exchanged doubtful glances, the shadows of treachery began to gather, tightening around the seat of power like a noose. The very air crackled with tension, as alliances shifted and daggers were concealed beneath togas. The Sibyl's prophecies acted as a compass for those who heeded her words. A legendary general, armed with the knowledge granted by the Sibyl, prepared his troops for an impending battle. He pored over her verses late into the night, a lantern flickering beside him as he traced the lines of her predictions. The battlefield became a chessboard, and every move was a dance of life and death. With each strategy drawn from her visions, he grew more confident, each plan weaving the fabric of victory against seemingly insurmountable odds. But there were moments of despair, too. A prophecy that foretold a great calamity weighed heavily on the hearts of soldiers, echoing in their minds as they marched into battle. The Sibyl's words hung over them like a dark cloud, a constant reminder of the fragility of fate. "Beware the Ides," she had warned, and it rang louder with every step they took toward the clash that loomed. The sky opened up, releasing a torrential downpour as if the very heavens wept for those about to face their destiny. In the midst of chaos, a young soldier, barely more than a boy, clutched a tattered piece of parchment containing the Sibyl's words. He believed in those prophecies with every fiber of his being. As he fought alongside his brothers, he could almost hear her voice guiding him, urging him to stay strong. "Victory shall not be yours until the blood of the traitor stains the earth," she had declared. His heart pounded in rhythm with the clash of swords, the roar of battle drowning out the whispers of doubt. He fought not just for himself but for the vision of a future painted in the colors of hope and glory. Yet, the Sibyl's influence extended beyond the battlefield. Her prophecies were woven into the very fabric of daily life in Rome. Merchants consulted her when making deals, ensuring that fortune would smile upon them. Mothers whispered prayers to her, seeking protection for their children. The whispers of her predictions seeped into the rituals of the city, coloring festivals and ceremonies with a sense of significance that deepened the bonds of community. But there was also a darker side to the Sibyl's gift. Her prophecies could spiral into chaos, leading to paranoia and distrust. A rumor that spread like wildfire claimed that the Sibyl had cursed an entire legion, condemning them to defeat. As the soldiers returned home, their heads hung low, they became outcasts, the echoes of her prophecy haunting their every step. The streets that once celebrated victories now whispered tales of failure and despair, each person carrying the weight of the future on their shoulders. As the shadows of Rome grew longer, the Sibyl stood at the edge of the city, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. Her prophecies were not just words. They were threads woven into the very tapestry of human fate. The weight of her foresight bore down upon her, as she sensed the tremors of change in the air. The next chapter of Rome's history was about to unfold, shaped by her visions and the choices made in their shadow. A sense of urgency filled her as she turned away from the city, her gaze fixed on the horizon. In that moment, destiny hung in the balance, teetering on the knife's edge of uncertainty. The Sibyl knew that some would heed her warnings, while others would brush them aside, blinded by pride. Each prophecy held the potential to ignite hope or herald doom. And in a world where the line between triumph and tragedy was drawn in sand, the echoes of her voice would continue to resonate, rippling through the hearts of those who dared to listen. The course of history lay ahead, and the Sibyl's role in it was far from over, her influence set to intertwine with the next wave of ambition, struggle, and destiny that awaited just beyond the horizon. Before the clash of swords, the air crackles with anticipation, thickening like the fog that cloaks the battlefield. The warriors gather, their armor glinting in the faint light of dawn, hearts drumming against their chests like war drums. But before the first arrow flies, before the battle cries shatter the morning stillness, something sacred unfolds. A ritual steeped in tradition, belief, and hope. In ancient Greece, the heroes of city-states knew the importance of invoking the gods before they faced their enemies. The powerful god Ares was not one to be approached lightly. Warriors would gather in a sacred grove, their faces flickering with the light of torches. They would offer wine, the rich, dark liquid pooling at the base of an altar, a promise of devotion. Onlookers would hold their breaths as the leader, voice steady yet reverent, recited hymns that echoed through the trees, calling upon divine favor. Each word was laced with worry, but also with an unyielding spirit, as they sought the strength to overcome their foes. Across the glossy plains of the American West, Native American tribes engaged in rituals that entwined their fates with the natural world. Before a hunt or a war, they would gather at sacred sites, invoking the spirits of their ancestors. Drumming pulses through the air, a steady heartbeat that syncs with the warrior's own. With feathers adorning their heads and paint marking their skin, they would close their eyes and offer prayers that floated up to the heavens. Each whisper was a plea for guidance, for protection, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. The energy was electric, igniting their resolve, pushing them to embrace the storm that lay ahead. In the shadows of the mighty Roman Empire, generals gathered troops and priests in the flickering light of a temple. Here, sacrifice was not just a ritual. It was a transaction with the gods. A lamb, its eyes wide with innocence, would be laid upon the altar. As the priests chanted in ancient tongues, the soldiers felt the weight of their faith. They believed that in every drop of blood spilled, they gained divine favor. The smell of incense filled the air, and with each chant, the tension in the soldiers began to shift, transforming fear into a fervent desire for glory. Across the ocean in Japan, samurai prepared for battle in the shadow of cherry blossoms. The petals danced in the wind, carrying with them the whispers of ancestors. Before the clash, these warriors would kneel in quiet reflection, their swords resting beside them. They would meditate, drawing strength from the spirits of those who had fought before. The ritual was not merely to seek victory, but to embrace the honor of their lineage. When they finally rose, it was with a fierce clarity, a deep connection to something far greater than themselves. In the frostbitten valleys of Scandinavia, Norse warriors would gather around a blazing fire, their breath visible in the cold air. They would raise their horns filled with mead, toasting to Odin, the All-Father, the Master of War. The flames danced in their eyes, igniting tales of bravery woven into their very souls. They would shout promises to the gods, swearing to fight valiantly and to die with honor, believing that such devotion would earn them a place in Valhalla. The roar of their voices carried into the night, a wild symphony of courage and determination that pushed them to the brink of madness and valor. In the lush jungles of Mesoamerica, the Aztecs prepared for battle with a fervor that echoed through the ages. Priests adorned in vibrant feathers led the warriors in ceremonies that blended the earthly with the divine. They would invoke Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, hoping for protection and ferocity in the face of their enemies. The rhythmic beat of drums filled their spirits with a primal energy, and the warriors would chant the names of ancestors long gone, believing that their spirits walked with them, ready to fight and protect. As the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the battlefield, the tension thickened. Each warrior, adorned in symbols of their faith, felt the weight of the moments before the clash. The rituals had woven an invisible thread binding them to their beliefs, to their ancestors, to each other. With every heartbeat, memories of the pre-battle prayers surged through them. The power of faith surged like a tidal wave, sweeping through their veins, mingling with the fear and adrenaline that raced through their bodies. Suddenly, the distant sound of horns signaled the march toward destiny. The warriors, emboldened by the rituals of their forebears, formed ranks, hearts pounding in unison. Each step was a testament to the prayers offered, the sacrifices made. The line between the sacred and the mundane blurred, and as they advanced, they carried the strength of every chant, every sacrifice, every whispered prayer into the fray. But as they approached, an eerie silence fell, a moment suspended in time where faith clashed with reality. The battlefield stretched out before them, the ground stained with the stories of those who had fought before, each inch soaked with memories of sacrifice. The air was thick with anticipation, the calm before the storm, where the echoes of religious rituals intertwined with the primal call of battle. The scene was set, and the warriors stood on the edge of their fates, ready to leap into the chaos. Their souls ignited by the battles fought not just with weapons, but with belief and devotion. The rituals had prepared them for this moment. What would fate hold for them as they crossed the threshold into destiny? The answer lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold in the clash of steel and shouts, where the divine and the mortal would collide in a dance as ancient as time itself. Under the glow of a waning moon, two infants floated in a basket on the Tiber River, wrapped tightly in swaddling cloth. The gentle waves rocked them as if cradling them to sleep, unaware of the destiny that lay ahead. These were no ordinary babies. They were destined to become the founders of a city that would change the world. As the river murmured and the night air buzzed with whispers of fate, the legend began. Romulus and Remus, twins born of a Vestal virgin and the god Mars, embodied the struggle between civilization and chaos. Their story is not just one of survival, but of power, a raw, visceral power that would resonate through the ages. The landscape of ancient Rome was steeped in the blood of its founders, where the echoes of their cries mingled with the rustle of leaves, reminding all who heard of the glory and the violence that was to come. As the basket drifted ashore, a she-wolf emerged from the shadows, her eyes glowing like embers. She approached the helpless infants, and with a tenderness that belied her ferocity, she nuzzled them, her warm presence a stark contrast to the chilling winds of fate that howled around them. The she-wolf, a symbol of strength and nurturing, became their protector. In her, the twins found a fierce guardian, one who would teach them the ways of survival in a world that was ruthless and unforgiving. But the myth of Romulus and Remus unfolds with the weight of prophecy, each moment thick with tension. As they grew, the twins became a force of nature, embodying the very essence of conflict. Their lives intertwined with prophecies that whispered of greatness and betrayal. The story takes a dramatic turn when they come of age, their bond tested as they seek to establish their own identity apart from the destiny laid out for them. With a flicker of ambition, Romulus saw Rome in his mind's eye. The city would be a testament to their strength, a beacon that would rise from the ashes of their tumultuous beginnings. But ambition is a double-edged sword, and the fraternal bond between the twins grew tenuous, frayed by the very power that had drawn them together. The words of the oracle echoed in their ears. The one who builds will be the one who reigns. On the fateful day of the founding of Rome, tension crackled in the air like the approach of a storm. The twins stood on the Palatine Hill, overlooking the vast expanse of land that would soon bear their name. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow, Romulus brandished his plow, drawing the sacred boundary that marked the beginning of something monumental. But the act was tainted by looming darkness. The seeds of conflict had been sown. Remus, fueled by his own vision, dared to mock his brother's efforts, leaping over the boundary line. The act was seen as a challenge, a direct affront to the authority Romulus sought to establish. In that moment, the air thickened with the promise of violence. Romulus, blinded by ambition and betrayal, turned on his brother. The tension exploded, and the city that was to symbolize unity was born from a violent act of fratricide. The blood of Remus stained the earth, forever entwined with the soil of Rome. In his death, Remus became a martyr, his sacrifice fueling the mythos that would justify Rome's relentless expansion. As Romulus stood alone, the weight of his brother's lifeblood on his hands, he felt the crushing loneliness of power. It was intoxicating and isolating all at once. With Rome established, Romulus became its first king, crafting laws and rituals that would echo through eternity. Yet, with every decree, the shadows of his brother's death loomed large, a constant reminder of the cost of ambition. The founding myth soon morphed into a tool of justification, a narrative that would be wielded like a sword in the name of conquest. Rome, once a city born of two brothers' love, transformed into a relentless empire, its citizens driven by the belief that they were chosen, destined to conquer the world. As armies marched under the banner of Rome, they invoked the name of Romulus, claiming their divine right to expand, to dominate. The myth became a justification for brutality, the story twisted to fit the narrative of the conqueror. Each new territory claimed was a stroke of glory painted on the canvas of their empire, but each claim bore the echoes of those who suffered under the relentless ambition of the Roman conquest. The myth did not just live on in tales whispered around campfires. It became inscribed in the hearts of those who sought glory. To be Roman was to embody the spirit of Romulus, to embrace the ferocity of conquest, and to silence the voices of the conquered. The city that began with the bond of two inseparable brothers blossomed into a vast empire, where loyalty and betrayal danced an eternal waltz, each step echoing the themes of the founding myth. As the empire expanded, the legends of Romulus and Remus were recited in the halls of power, stirring the spirits of those who wielded authority. Their story inspired countless generals to seek glory, urging them to conquer lands far and wide, all in the name of the founding myth. Yet, beneath the surface, the tale grew ever more complicated, a narrative tangled with themes of brotherhood, betrayal, and the haunting cost of ambition that echoed through the ages. Amidst the celebrations and conquests, the voices of the past cried out, urging the powerful to remember that the price of greatness is often steep. The legacy of Romulus and Remus lingered like a ghost at the edges of history, a reminder that the very foundation of Rome was built on the ashes of fidelity and fraternal love. As wars raged and empires crumbled, the myth served as both a beacon and a warning. In the glow of torches illuminating the Senate, the story of the twins was recounted with reverence, stirring deep emotions. An unbreakable bond tested by ambition and ultimately shattered by the quest for power. The myth of Romulus and Remus was not just a tale of heroism. It was a complex tapestry woven from threads of love, loss, and the unyielding hunger for greatness. And as the night deepened, the shadows of the past mingled with the aspirations of the future, leaving a lingering question in the air. What price would be paid for the legacy of Rome? The sky hung heavy with the promise of rain, the air thick with an electric tension. In the shadows of the ancient temple, where stones whispered secrets of the past, a priest stood poised, eyes scanning the heavens. His heart raced, a drumbeat of anticipation echoing in his chest. The people of the village, gathered in anxious silence, held their breath. Today was not just any day. It was a day that could shift the tides of fortune, a day that could mold the very future of their lives. Augury, the sacred art of interpreting the signs from the divine, was not merely a ritual. It was a lifeline. It was the bridge between the mundane and the mystical, a language spoken in the flutter of bird wings, the dance of flames, and the rustle of leaves. In ancient Rome, augurs studied the flights of birds, their paths etched in the sky like cryptic messages from the gods. Every flap of a wing, every call, was steeped in meaning, each sign an echo of divine intent that could steer the course of history. As the villagers watched, their faces a tapestry of hope and trepidation, the priest raised his arms, palms open to the heavens. The wind picked up, swirling around him, carrying the scent of impending rain and the weight of unspoken prayers. He remembered the wisdom passed down through generations, the tales of ancestors who had deciphered the will of the gods through the signs. With each passing moment, the air thickened, charged with the energy of countless hearts hoping for guidance. The first omen appeared, a solitary raven, dark against the gray sky, cutting through the air with purpose. The priest's eyes widened, a chill racing down his spine. Ravens were harbingers of change, their presence a signal that something significant was about to unfold. He felt the weight of the villagers' gaze, their hopes resting upon his interpretation. His voice, steady yet imbued with gravity, began to weave the story of the god's will. "Fear not, for the raven flies with a message of transformation," he proclaimed, his words resonating with echoes of ancient lore. "It tells of challenges to come, yes, but also of great opportunities. Embrace the shift, for it is the path to renewal." The villagers murmured among themselves, the tension of uncertainty slowly giving way to a flicker of optimism. But augury was fraught with peril as well. The priest recalled the tales of those who misinterpreted the signs. When the wrong decision was made, whole cities had fallen into despair. With a trembling heart, he felt the gravity of his role, knowing that the fates of many rested in his hands. The balance of joy and sorrow hung like a pendulum, swaying dangerously close to one side or the other. The raven's caw echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of the dual nature of the divine. Suddenly, as if responding to the priest's intensity, the wind howled through the trees, and a flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The villagers flinched, fear etched in their features. thunder rumbled like an angry god, and the priest felt the atmosphere shift once more. The elements were restless, and he knew the gods were listening. This was no ordinary moment. This was a divine conversation, a dance of fate that demanded clarity and courage. He closed his eyes, centering himself amid the chaos, tapping into the sacred knowledge that flowed through him. The patterns of nature spoke with urgency now. He could see them, the fluttering of leaves as a gust of wind tore through the branches, the way a squirrel darted across the path, oblivious to the tumult around it. All of it held meaning. The signs were layered, complex. Each detail was a clue in a puzzle that only he could piece together. "Be mindful of the storms ahead," he warned, his voice rising above the crashing thunder. "But do not shy away from the lightning that strikes. It illuminates the darkness, revealing what must be seen." The villagers listened, some clutching each other's hands, drawing strength from the shared fear of the unknown. As the skies opened up, rain began to pour, drenching the earth and washing away the dust of uncertainty. The priest felt the water on his skin, invigorating, a baptism of sorts. It was a cleansing not just for the land but for the souls gathered there, desperate for guidance. The priest's heart raced again, a feeling of urgency coursing through him. He had to find the meaning in the storm, to weave it into the story of their lives. He turned his gaze upward, focusing on the clouds swirling like a great cosmic tapestry above them. "The gods have spoken," he declared, his voice rising above the cacophony of raindrops. "They are both merciful and fierce. The storm is a reminder that we are alive, that we are part of something greater. We must heed their call." The villagers erupted into a mixture of cheers and cries, their emotions colliding like the thunder above. In that moment, the priest felt the power of augury surge through him. It wasn't just about interpreting signs. It was about forging connections, about bringing people together in the face of uncertainty. The gods were offering guidance, but it was up to the people to act on it, to embrace the changes that lay ahead. But even as hope ignited in their hearts, a shadow loomed, a whisper of doubt that clawed at the edges of their minds. They remembered the old stories, the ones where augurs were wrong, where misread signs led to devastation. The tension in the air was palpable, a living thing that wrapped around them like a shroud. The priest looked into the eyes of the villagers, their faces glistening with rain and resolve, and he knew that they stood at a crossroads. As he prepared to deliver the final message from the gods, the wind shifted again, carrying with it a new sign, an echo of fate that would change everything. The air crackled, and in that charged moment, the priest felt the ground beneath them tremble. A new omen was on the horizon, waiting to be revealed, waiting to intertwine their destinies with the will of the gods. The villagers held their breath, the anticipation thick and heavy like the rain-soaked air around them. Would they be blessed with fortune, or would they face trials that would test their very souls? The answer lingered just out of reach, a promise of what was to come, as the world shifted around them, leaving them poised on the brink of revelation. In the twilight of the Roman Republic, a crisp wind whispered through the bustling streets of Rome, where marble pillars stood tall as monuments to dreams and ambitions. Among them, one temple soared higher than the rest, its grandeur unmatched, a beacon of hope and power. The temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the greatest of all gods, loomed over the city like a colossus, a silent guardian watching over its people. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows on the walls, where countless prayers had been offered and sacrifices made, echoing the devotion of those who sought favor from the divine. In that sacred space, men of war and wisdom knelt, their hearts heavy with the weight of decisions that could alter the very fabric of their civilization. Senators, cloaked in their togas, whispered in hushed tones, their brows furrowed with worry. They spoke of enemies at the gates, of betrayals lurking in the shadows, and of the uncertainty that gripped the Republic like a vice. They needed a protector, a force that could rally the spirits of the citizens, and from the depths of their fears rose the name of Jupiter, the Optimus Maximus, the best and greatest. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the city, a loud proclamation erupted from the Senate. We must honor Jupiter. He is our shield against the storms of fate. A murmur spread through the crowd, a ripple of hope coursing through the hearts of the citizens. It was in this spirit that a grand celebration was planned, a festival to honor the protector of the Roman state, where the air would be thick with the scent of incense and offerings of the most precious goods. As the day of the festival approached, anticipation electrified the atmosphere. Children laughed and danced, their innocence a stark contrast to the heavy hearts of their elders. Merchants lined the streets, their stalls overflowing with vibrant fruits, shimmering textiles, and glimmering weapons that told tales of valor. The people adorned themselves in their finest garments, a tapestry of colors that spoke of unity in a time of chaos. The temple, a masterpiece of architectural brilliance, was decorated with garlands, its steps a sacred altar where the hopes of Rome would be laid bare. When the day finally dawned, a palpable energy filled the air. Thousands thronged the temple, the voices of the faithful rising like a chorus to the heavens. Priests, clad in white robes, led the procession, their chants resonating through the crowd. Each prayer was a lifeline, a plea for protection from the fears that loomed over them like dark clouds threatening a storm. "Jupiter Optimus Maximus, hear us!" they cried, their voices intertwining in a fervent harmony, creating a resonance that reached the very core of the temple. A feeling of urgency surged through the gathering, reverberating with the heartbeat of the Republic. The people pressed closer, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames of torches, their eyes glistening with a mix of hope and desperation. In that moment, the air crackled with an unspoken understanding. Their fate rested upon the shoulders of a god, their destinies intertwined with the might of Jupiter. The high priest stepped forward, a figure of solemnity amidst the vibrant chaos. In his hands, he held a sacred vessel filled with the richest wine, a symbol of abundance and life. As he raised it high, the crowd fell silent, the only sound the distant rumble of thunder, an echo of the divine presence that loomed over them. "To Jupiter, the protector of our state. May his strength guide us through darkness." As the wine was poured onto the altar, a collective gasp escaped from the crowd, a moment of unity, of shared belief that their protector was with them, watching, waiting. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie twilight over the city, a chill crept through the streets. Rumors of unrest whispered like shadows, weaving through the crowd. Whispers of conspiracies, of betrayal, danced on the lips of those who feared what the night might bring. Tension hung thick in the air, a storm brewing not just in the heavens but in the hearts of the people. The weight of uncertainty pressed down, and for a moment, it felt as if the very sky would split open. Suddenly, a shout pierced the thick atmosphere. A soldier bursting forth from the crowd, his armor glinting ominously in the fading light. "The enemy is upon us." Panic erupted, a tidal wave of fear crashing through the assembly. But amidst the chaos, a lone figure stepped forward, a centurion whose valor was matched only by his unwavering faith in Jupiter. "Stand firm," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the clamor like a blade. "We are the children of Rome. We will not falter." The people rallied around him, their fear transforming into a fierce determination as they raised their voices in unison. "Jupiter Optimus Maximus, protect us," they called into the darkening sky, a prayer so raw, so desperate that it reverberated off the temple walls, sending shivers down spines. They were not just citizens. They were warriors at heart, united in their belief that the God of gods would not forsake them. As the chaos threatened to engulf the celebration, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the temple, a divine response to their cries. Gasps echoed through the crowd, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. It felt as if Jupiter himself had answered, his power surging like a current through the atmosphere. Hope ignited like a flame in the hearts of the people, and they stood resolute, their spirits intertwining in a bond stronger than iron. The centurion raised his sword high, a rallying symbol of their collective strength. "Together, we are unstoppable. The spirit of Rome is alive, and Jupiter walks among us." A roar erupted from the crowd, shaking the very foundations of the city. It was not just a plea but a declaration, a promise to stand firm against whatever darkness lay ahead. In that moment, the night seemed to shimmer with possibility, a tapestry woven from fear and faith, binding the people together under the watchful gaze of their protector. The air quivered with anticipation, a prelude to the battle that loomed, where their devotion would be tested, where the true measure of their faith would be revealed. As they braced themselves for the oncoming storm, the echoes of their prayers intertwined with the thunder above, a symphony of hope that would resonate through the ages. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the protector of the Roman state, would rise to meet them. In the flickering shadows of a Roman night, the air crackled with anticipation, echoing the heartbeat of a city poised on the edge of glory and destruction. The clamor of swords and the distant roar of a crowd filled the amphitheater, but it was the whispers of the gods that hung heavy in the air. Jupiter, Mars, and Venus loomed large in the minds of the warriors, their divine presence a potent force driving men into the tumult of battle. For the Romans, war was not merely a clash of steel. It was an offering made to the gods, a sacred duty steeped in the rich tapestry of Greek mythology that had woven itself into the very fabric of their society. As the soldiers readied themselves, their hearts surged with fervor, fueled by tales of heroes and divine interventions. They recalled Achilles, that fierce Greek warrior whose wrath had turned the tide of war, and they longed to emulate his valor. The Romans knew that their actions were not solely their own. They were actors upon a stage set by the divine, playing out a narrative that had been crafted by myth long before they drew their swords. Each footfall echoed with the weight of expectation, each battle cry a hymn to the gods who smiled or frowned upon their endeavors. Mars, the god of war, stood as a sentinel over the battlefield, his fierce gaze instilling both fear and courage. The Romans invoked his name before every engagement, seeking his favor as they marched into what they believed was the righteous path. To them, victory was a reflection of divine will, a testament to their moral superiority. The story of the Trojan War, laden with lessons of honor and vengeance, became a guiding light. The Romans understood that, like the Greeks, they too could be chosen by fate, with their own saga intertwined with the divine. In the heat of battle, with the clang of swords ringing in their ears, the soldiers would often shout the names of gods and goddesses, calling upon Athena for wisdom and strategy. They believed that their feats would not just earn them glory among men. They would be cemented in the annals of history, their names whispered alongside those of the demigods. The influence of myth was palpable, a living force that wrapped around their hearts and minds, compelling them to act with honor and bravery. The Romans also found wisdom in the tragic tales of human folly from Greek mythology. They were acutely aware of the consequences of hubris, the pride that could lead to downfall, a lesson echoed in the fate of characters like Oedipus, who fell victim to the very fate he sought to escape. As they prepared for war, the specter of arrogance lingered in their thoughts, propelling them to seek justification for their actions. They needed to believe that their conquests were not merely acts of aggression, but a fulfillment of destiny, a way to elevate themselves in the eyes of the gods. The writings of poets like Virgil brought the myths to life, igniting the imagination of the Roman people and intertwining their identity with those of the legendary figures from ages past. In his epic, the Aeneid, Virgil crafted the tale of Aeneas, a Trojan hero fated to found a new city. This narrative became foundational, a story that justified the Roman expansion as a divine mission. Each time a general donned his armor and set foot on foreign soil, he did so with the conviction that he was the living embodiment of Aeneas, fulfilling a prophecy that had been whispered among the stars. Yet the gods were capricious, and the Romans understood the delicate balance they had to maintain to appease them. They constructed grand temples, offering sacrifices that included the blood of animals, seeking to avert the wrath of deities like Nemesis, who punished those who strayed too far from virtue. The stakes were high, for failure in battle could be interpreted as a sign of disfavor, a dark omen foretelling ruin. The very survival of Rome rested on their shoulders, and they could not afford to disappoint the pantheon that loomed above. The emotion of these beliefs surged as the hour of battle approached. Each warrior felt the weight of expectation, their resolve forged in the fires of mythology. They marched not just as soldiers, but as embodiments of divine purpose, each clash of their shields resonating with the echoes of ancient tales. The battlefields became a canvas painted with valor, each act a brushstroke in the grand narrative that would be told for generations to come. As they surged forward, against the backdrop of a blood-red sky, the troops could almost hear the faint whispers of the muses, urging them on. They fought not merely for land or wealth, but for the right to write their own saga. A saga that would be interwoven with the stories of gods and heroes, an epic that would transcend time. With every swing of their swords, they carved their names into history, creating a legacy that would be remembered long after the dust of battle settled. Yet, as the dust swirled around them, the question lingered. Were they truly justified in their quest for glory? In moments of quiet reflection, when the din of combat faded, the soldiers grappled with the morality of their actions. They invoked the spirits of the past, wrestling with the tales of Odysseus and his trials, questioning whether their pursuits were noble or merely selfish ambition cloaked in the guise of divine will. It was a tension that simmered beneath the surface, as palpable as the swords they wielded. In the thick of conflict, as the clash of metal rang true and the cries of the fallen echoed in their ears, the warriors felt the pull of fate, a reminder that they were part of something far greater than themselves. The influence of Greek mythology wrapped itself around their hearts, a powerful force binding their actions to the divine. Each battle was a tribute, a testament to their unwavering belief that they were, indeed, the chosen ones, destined to write their own mythos while carrying the weight of history on their backs. And as the night wore on, thick with the scent of sweat and blood, the echoes of their journey intertwined with the stories of ages past, creating a tapestry richer than they could ever know. The gods watched closely, their judgment ever present, and the soldiers plunged deeper into the chaos, unaware that the next chapter of their tale was waiting to be written. A chapter that would demand not just their strength, but their very souls. In the quiet of a moonlit night, the shadows of ancient Rome whispered the stories of gods and heroes, weaving a tapestry of power and belief. The streets, once bustling with life, now lay silent, but echoes of glory and ambition clung to the air like the scent of fresh bread from a nearby bakery. Statues of gods loomed above, their eyes eternally watching, as if judging every action taken beneath their gaze. This was a city that thrived on myths, where tales of Aeneas and Romulus were more than stories. They were the very foundation of the empire. In the early days, myths were the lifeblood of Rome. They were not mere fables told around flickering fires, but powerful instruments of propaganda that sculpted the minds of its people. The story of Aeneas, a Trojan hero destined to found a great nation, was meticulously crafted into a narrative that aligned the Romans with divine favor. It was said that he carried his father on his back, fleeing burning Troy to seek a new home. This image of duty and sacrifice resonated deeply with the Roman ethos. As soldiers marched off to battle, their hearts beat stronger knowing they were descendants of such valor. Yet the use of myth was not confined to ancient tales. Powerful leaders seized these narratives, molding them to serve their ambitions. Julius Caesar, the great general turned dictator, understood the potency of myth. He presented himself as a demigod, a descendant of Venus, to inspire loyalty and devotion. Each coin bearing his image told a story of divinity, and each public address echoed with the weight of destiny. He wasn't just a man. He was a link between heaven and earth, a living myth. The crowds roared with fervor, their voices rising to the heavens as they chanted his name. The air crackled with excitement, electric with belief. In that charged moment, a simple man transformed into a symbol of Rome's eternal glory. It was in these moments that myths served their true purpose, not just to entertain, but to unite and inspire a nation. The line between reality and fiction blurred, creating a shared identity that resonated through the ages. As the empire expanded, so did the need for more powerful narratives. Augustus, Caesar's adopted heir, took the art of myth-making to new heights. He was the first Roman emperor, and he knew that his reign must be legitimized through the stories of old. His rise was framed within the prophecy of Aeneas, and he skillfully portrayed himself as the fulfillment of that ancient fate. The facade of modesty cloaked a shrewd strategist who understood that every temple built, every statue erected, was a testament to his divine lineage and authority. The temple of Mars Ultor, dedicated to the Avenger of Wrongs, stood as a massive tribute to Augustus's military might. Its walls were adorned with scenes from mythology, each carving telling a tale of heroism, honor, and conquest. Citizens would visit, standing in awe of the grandeur, their minds filled with thoughts of glory and war. Each story told within those hallowed walls served to reinforce Augustus's image as Rome's savior, weaving his legacy into the very fabric of Rome's identity. In the amphitheaters, gladiators fought not just for survival but as embodiments of mythic heroes. The blood spilled on the sand echoed the tragedies of old, the fight for honor and glory playing out in every battle. Those who surrendered their lives to the arena were not merely entertainers. They became part of a grand narrative, their sacrifices woven into the mythos of Rome. The crowd, a sea of faces, roared with emotion, feeling the pulse of history surge through their veins. It was a raw, visceral connection that transcended mere entertainment. They cheered not just for the victor but for the stories that echoed through time. However, not all myths were uplifting. The Roman Empire had its dark tales, too. The myths of punishment and retribution hung heavy in the air as stories of the Vestal Virgins and their sacred vows created a chilling narrative around honor and sin. The punishment for breaking their vows was severe, a fate that ensured fear and obedience. These stories served as a warning, a powerful reminder that even in a realm of gods and heroes, there was a price to pay for failure. The tension in the air was palpable, and the shadows seemed to whisper warnings of what could happen if one crossed the lines drawn by these ancient tales. As emperors came and went, so did the myths that surrounded them. Commodus transformed himself into Hercules, donning a lion's skin and wielding a club, seeking to rewrite the narrative of his reign through the lens of epic grandeur. His infamous fights in the arena were spectacles designed to reinforce his image as a god among men. The line between reality and myth blurred further, creating a spectacle that left the audience breathless, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the clash of swords. The manipulation of myth didn't stop with the emperors. Religious leaders, too, found power in the ancient tales. Christianity, emerging from the shadows, began weaving its own narratives into the existing tapestry. Stories of martyrdom and divine intervention spread like wildfire, drawing on the existing myths to create a new movement. The streets of Rome, once filled with the grandeur of pagan tales, began to echo with the stories of saints and saviors. The transformation was seismic, a shifting of beliefs that would reverberate through the ages. As the sun set on the empire, casting long shadows over the Forum, the myths of Rome endured. They remained etched in stone and in the hearts of its people, a legacy that would outlast the very empire that birthed them. Each fragment of myth, every tale spun through the ages, served as a reminder of the power of storytelling, a tool that could elevate a ruler, unite a populace, or instill fear. In the stillness of the night, as the winds whispered through the ruins, one could almost hear the echoes of ancient voices, urging the living to remember. A new chapter was on the horizon, and the myths of Rome would continue to shape the world, carving paths through time and space, forever entwined with the destiny of humanity. The stories never truly ended. They lingered, waiting for their next telling, ready to inspire, to provoke, and to ignite the hearts of those who would listen. In the flickering torchlight of the ancient Roman temple, the air pulsated with a palpable energy. Shadows danced across stone walls adorned with intricate carvings of powerful leaders, their faces eternally etched in silence. This was no ordinary place of worship. It was a sanctuary where earthly men were transformed into divine icons, and the echoes of their triumphs reached the heavens. As the chants of priests filled the air, the promise of immortality shimmered like the flicker of a flame, igniting the fervor of those who dared to believe. The cult of the emperor stood as a testament to the powerful union of military might and divine authority. It was a place where generals draped in laurel wreaths were not merely leaders. They were gods among men. As emperors returned from victorious campaigns, their footsteps resonated like thunder, each step marking the beginning of an era where loyalty was rewarded with the reverence of the masses. The cheers of the crowd surged like a tide, crashing against their very souls, binding them to the figure who had led them triumphantly through blood and sacrifice. With every conquest, the aura surrounding these leaders intensified. Take Gaius Julius Caesar, for example. His return from Gaul was marked by parades that enveloped the streets in a frenzy of elation. Citizens, their hearts pulsating with loyalty, adorned themselves with images of his face, believing he was favored by the gods. It was not mere flattery. It was a genuine transformation of perception. Caesar was not just a man. He was a deity, a bridge between the mortal realm and the divine. The Senate, trembling before his power, found itself caught in a whirlwind of divine politics, forced to recognize his growing divinity. Yet, the elevation of military leaders to divine status was not without its shadows. As emperors rose, so did the tension that crackled in the air. The fragile balance of power teetered on a knife's edge, with whispers of discontent lingering in the alleys and backrooms of the city. The very act of worship that lifted leaders to the heavens also bred resentment among those who felt marginalized. The more gods were created, the more mortals felt the weight of their own insignificance. It was a paradox that simmered beneath the surface, threatening to boil over. As Augustus took the throne, the air thickened with a new kind of reverence. He transformed the concept of rulership, cloaking himself in a mantle of divinity while maintaining the illusion of a republic. The temples that sprang up in his honor became a refuge for the faithful, where incense mingled with the sweet scent of victory. In the flickering light, followers believed they were not just honoring their leader, but ensuring their own place in history, a chance to align themselves with the divine. The rituals surrounding the cult of the emperor became a spectacle that captivated the hearts of the people. In the grand amphitheaters, the population gathered, their voices merging into a chorus of admiration. When emperors appeared, adorned in flowing robes and golden laurel, the atmosphere electrified. People reached out, desperate to touch the hem of their garments, as if by mere contact they could secure a fragment of that divine essence. The air hummed with the collective heartbeat of a society eager to participate in the grand narrative of power and reverence. Yet, the very essence that elevated these leaders could also lead to their downfall. The divine facade was fragile, and the jealousy of fellow leaders could turn admiration into betrayal. When Caligula ascended, the initial thrill of his reign soon morphed into a tale of madness. His unchecked ambition turned the divine into the grotesque, as he declared himself a living god, demanding worship that bordered on the absurd. The fervent loyalty of the people transformed into fear, as the very cult meant to exalt him became a tool of his destruction. The tipping point was reached in the blood-soaked corridors of the palace, where the echoes of adoration morphed into a haunting silence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the city, the streets were filled with a sense of unease. The cult of the emperor was not just an emblem of divine right. It was a complex tapestry woven with threads of glory and treachery, and while the masses held onto their leaders with fervent devotion, the specter of ambition and betrayal loomed large, casting long shadows over every triumph. The echoes of history whispered through the temple halls, inviting reflections on the nature of power and the thin veil separating the mortal from the divine. People gathered, their hearts racing, drawn into the chaotic dance of worship, love, and fear. The blood of the fallen heroes mingled with the wine of celebration, each sip a reminder that the path to divinity was paved with the sacrifices of those who dared to rise above. Even as the gods walked among men, the question lingered in the air. At what point does a leader become more than a man? At what moment does the worship of military prowess dissolve into the chilling acknowledgement of mortality? In the flickering light of the temples and the shadowy corners of the city, a tension thrived, one that would not rest until the next chapter of the saga unfolded, where heroes could fall and fresh legends might rise to take their place. In ancient times, when the sun dipped below the horizon and cast long shadows over the land, stories whispered through the air like soft breezes, shaping the destinies of nations. Myths danced on the lips of leaders and common folk alike, crafting a tapestry that bound people together in ways that treaties alone could not. These tales, rich with heroes and gods, served not only as entertainment but as a powerful tool in the grand chess game of diplomacy. In Greece, as city-states rose and fell, legends of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, inspired alliances. The story of her birth, springing fully formed from the head of Zeus, became a symbol of strength and intellect. When the Athenian envoys spoke of Athena, their voices carried the weight of their shared identity, forging bonds with other city-states that sought her favor. In the shadow of the Acropolis, men gathered, compelled by the aura of their shared mythology. The power of these stories was palpable. They ignited pride and instilled a sense of purpose that could sway decisions in the most fragile of moments. Across the Mediterranean, the Romans wielded their mythology like a sword. The tale of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf, became a rallying cry for the burgeoning empire. It was a tale woven with themes of bravery, survival, and the foundation of a great city. As emissaries traveled to foreign lands, they carried this myth with them, using it to charm and persuade. In negotiations with neighboring tribes, they spoke of the greatness of Rome, of its divine origins, creating a narrative that made submission seem a pathway to sharing in that glory rather than an act of defeat. The echoes of myth resounded in the halls of power, where powerful figures manipulated these stories to craft alliances. In the intrigue of royal courts, the tale of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table became a beacon of unity. As European monarchs struggled with their ambitions, the image of a noble king rallying his knights together around a circular table, where no one was above another, offered hope. They began to see each other not just as rivals but as potential partners in a grand, shared narrative. The legends of Excalibur and the quest for the Holy Grail became more than mere stories. They were blueprints for camaraderie, binding kingdoms in a fragile embrace of trust. The influence of myths was not confined to the West. In the East, the ancient Chinese recognized the power of myth in their diplomatic relations. The tale of the Yellow Emperor, the mythical figure credited with founding Chinese civilization, fostered a sense of shared identity among the myriad tribes. When leaders met to forge alliances, they invoked the Yellow Emperor's spirit, weaving unity from the threads of their fragmented histories. The narrative of the dragon, symbolizing power and strength, became a diplomatic tool, as envoys from the Middle Kingdom sought to extend their influence over neighboring lands by invoking the might of their ancestors. As the world marched toward the modern age, the role of myth in diplomacy did not fade. It transformed. The age of exploration brought with it the myth of the noble savage, a concept that intertwined with European interests in colonization. This myth served to justify actions taken in distant lands, painting colonized peoples as either heroic or tragic figures. In negotiating treaties and alliances, colonizers often appealed to these constructed myths, portraying themselves as benevolent guides while masking their more sinister motives. The emotional weight of these stories was heavy, creating a complex interplay of manipulation and misunderstanding that reverberated through history. In the aftermath of 2 world wars, leaders turned to myths once more, seeking to mend the fractures that divided nations. The myth of the United Nations emerged, a vision of peace and cooperation, a hopeful narrative that promised a brighter future. The stories of heroes from various nations fighting side by side against tyranny were painted in vivid colors, invoking a sense of shared destiny. The emotional resonance of these tales became a foundation upon which alliances were built, an antidote to the bitterness that lingered like a ghost in the hearts of many. Yet, while myths can bind, they can also tear apart. The narrative of national pride, fueled by deeply ingrained myths, has led to conflicts that echo through time. The stories of ancient grievances can ignite passions, leading nations to war, blinded by the very myths that once united them. As leaders wield these tales, they can tap into a reservoir of emotion, calling forth the anger and pain of past injustices, transforming diplomacy into a battleground where compassion is often sacrificed on the altar of national pride. In the grand tapestry of history, the role of myth in diplomatic relations and alliances remains a powerful and dangerous force. It breathes life into the negotiations that shape the world, wrapping them in layers of emotion and tension. As the world continues to change, the stories we tell and the myths we believe will wield their influence, shaping the paths of nations in ways both profound and perilous. In moments of quiet reflection, as leaders ponder their next move, the weight of these ancient tales lingers in the air, a reminder of the power they hold. The echoes of past alliances, forged in the fires of shared mythology, can still be heard, urging them toward paths of unity even amidst the chaos of conflict. The next chapter of this saga is yet to be written, but one thing remains certain. The power of myth in diplomatic relations is a force that refuses to fade, always waiting to be summoned, always ready to shape the destinies of nations anew. In a world cloaked in shadows, where the clash of steel echoed through the valleys and the air was thick with the scent of sweat and fear, Hercules stood as a figure larger than life. His muscles, sculpted by the gods, gleamed under the sun, a beacon of strength and raw power. Yet, beneath this divine exterior lay a man burdened by fate and fury. His story, intertwined with glory and bloodshed, raises questions that linger like ghosts in the minds of those who dare to reckon with his legacy. A child of Zeus, Hercules was bestowed with gifts that set him apart, strength unmatched and a heart that pulsed with the intensity of 1,000 battles. But alongside these boons came the weight of expectations. Society painted him as the ultimate hero, a warrior whose triumphs justified not just his actions but the relentless aggression that accompanied them. As he faced the Hydra, slaying the beast with sheer force, was it valor or a thirst for conquest that drove him? The line between heroism and brutality blurred, leading many to cheer his victories, ignorant of the deeper implications of such acts. The tales of Hercules spread like wildfire, igniting the spirits of men, filling them with a desire to emulate his feats. They donned armor, wielded swords, and charged into battle, convinced that their aggression was noble, just as Hercules had shown them. Yet, as each sword struck flesh, the cries of the fallen became an echoing reminder of the true cost of glory. The myth of Hercules, with all its grandeur, served as a potent justification for the violence that erupted across cities and kingdoms. It transformed the hero into a tool for those in power, a means to galvanize armies and inspire conquests that often had little to do with justice. In the stories told by firelight, the hero's darkest moments were glossed over. The madness sent by Hera twisted his mind, leading him to commit acts that would haunt anyone else. He slaughtered his own family, a tragedy hidden beneath the glittering tales of his subsequent labors. How easily the narrative shifted from a moment of devastating loss to the glorification of the hero's redemption through the 12 labors. Each labor became a symbol of his might and resilience, yet they also masked the violence that had come before. Hercules' battles were not fought in isolation. They reflected the struggles of a society grappling with its own moral compass. The wars waged in his name became a reflection of humanity's primal instincts, where the cries for justice often echoed the very cries of war. People rallied behind the notion that aggression could serve a higher purpose, that every enemy slain was a step toward a brighter future. But at what cost? The blood spilled in pursuit of honor and glory carved scars into the earth, breeding cycles of revenge that seemed endless. In the midst of battles and conquests, Hercules stood as a riddle wrapped in a myth. He was both hero and anti-hero, a man shaped by both divine lineage and human frailty. His victories were celebrated, yet they often left behind a trail of destruction. The legends recounted his strength, but they conveniently overlooked the pain and sorrow that followed in his wake. Each monster slain, each city conquered, became a testament to his prowess, yet they also reflected a troubling truth about the nature of heroism itself. The myth of Hercules inspired countless warriors, who donned his name as a badge of honor, believing they fought for something greater. With every battle cry, they echoed his legacy, channeling the spirit of the demigod who had once walked among them. Yet, beneath the surface, a darker truth simmered. The glorification of his heroics became a justification for the wars they waged, a shield against the guilt of violence committed in his name. How could they reconcile the blood on their hands with the ideals of heroism they so desperately clung to? The arenas trembled with the roars of the crowd, as gladiators dueled for glory, their actions mirroring the feats of Hercules. The tales of his feats inspired a cult of warriors, driven by ambition and the promise of immortality through story. Yet, as they fought, the lines between right and wrong blurred. Just as Hercules had faced the Lion of Nemea, so too did they face each other, wielding weapons forged in the fires of aggression and ambition. To them, the clashing of swords was not merely a battle. It was a rite of passage, one that echoed the very essence of Hercules' own confrontations with fate. Hercules, the mythic hero, became a symbol of a society wrestling with the idea of honor in war. The tales told of his bravery inspired an entire generation, who believed that aggression could be justified in the name of greater goods. But as they charged into battle, they carried with them the burdens of their own actions, haunted by the faces of those they had lost in the name of glory. The myth that had once propelled them forward began to feel like a weight on their souls, a reminder that every act of aggression, no matter how noble it seemed, had consequences that rippled through time. And so, the legacy of Hercules continued, a powerful force that shaped destinies and forged paths in the crucible of war. The myth stood tall, a testament to human ambition and the quest for heroism, but also a mirror reflecting the darker sides of humanity. With every retelling and every new generation inspired by his exploits, the cycle of violence found new life, perpetuating the myth that true heroism demanded blood and sacrifice. The story of Hercules was not just a tale of gods and men. It was a haunting, echoing reminder of the price of glory. As the sun set on another day of battle, the echoes of clashing swords faded into the horizon, but the myth of Hercules lived on. The stories of his conquests inspired a relentless pursuit of greatness, one that would shape the world for centuries to come. As men looked to the stars, dreaming of what they could achieve, they remained blissfully unaware of the shadows lurking just beneath the surface. A reminder that the line between heroism and hubris was often razor-thin, and that the echoes of the past were never truly silenced. In the ancient world, where gods walked among mortals, the air crackled with the energy of love and rivalry. Venus, the goddess of love, beauty, and desire, held the power to intertwine hearts and ignite passions. Her name resonated through the ages, echoing the belief that love, in all its forms, could serve as the strongest form of diplomacy. The tale of Venus was not just one of romance. It was a tale of nations, alliances, and the delicate balance of power that came with the whims of the heart. As the sun set over the lush hills of Rome, the added glow of twilight cast long shadows over the marble columns of the Forum. Here, whispers of treaties and promises filled the air, but the heart of the matter often lay far from politics. It was in the embrace of Venus, who had the uncanny ability to sway the tides of conflict with but a mere smile. Her story intertwined with those of powerful leaders and ordinary lovers alike, reminding everyone that love, while tender, could also wield the weight of an empire. In the days of old, rulers understood that a strategic marriage could forge alliances stronger than swords. A princess from one kingdom might marry a prince from another, binding their fates and, in turn, uniting their armies against a common foe. The name of Venus was invoked in ceremonies, as the goddess watched over the vows exchanged, infusing them with her divine power. Yet, the path of love was seldom smooth. Jealousy and betrayal often lurked in the shadows, reminding all that passion could just as easily lead to war as it could to peace. Consider the tale of Cleopatra, the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt. She was not just a figure of seduction. She was a master of political chess. With Julius Caesar, she forged a bond that gave her a powerful ally. Their affair was not merely a romance. It was a calculated move to protect her reign and secure Egypt's future. When Caesar fell, it was Mark Antony who took his place. And once again, Venus played her hand. Cleopatra's allure was undeniable, but it was her cunning that ensured that love remained the currency of diplomacy. In the throes of their passionate affair, Antony and Cleopatra epitomized the very essence of love-driven politics. Their union was celebrated, but whispers of betrayal and mistrust began to swirl like storm clouds. The world outside their palace was watching, and the love that had once united them now threatened to tear them apart. As battles raged and tensions flared, it was as if Venus herself was pulling the strings, reminding them that while love is powerful, it can also be perilous. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of Asia, the Persian Empire thrived under the reign of Darius. His marriage to the daughter of the Median king was not born out of love but necessity. Yet, as history often shows, love can blossom where it is least expected. Darius found himself entranced by the beauty of his wife, and in time, she became a true partner in rule. Together, they navigated the treacherous waters of diplomacy, their bond strengthening the empire. With Venus as their silent witness, love transformed their political alliance into something more profound, a union that resonated with the people. But the tale of love and diplomacy was not confined to the palaces of powerful rulers. It echoed in the hearts of those who dared to defy the norms. The story of Heloise and Abelard, two star-crossed lovers in the medieval age, speaks to the power of passion against the backdrop of societal constraints. Their intellectual bond ignited a flame that burned brightly, even as the world around them sought to extinguish it. Heloise, a scholar, and Abelard, a philosopher, found in each other a love that transcended the barriers of class and expectation. Yet love, as depicted through their tragic tale, often walks a fine line between ecstasy and despair. Their letters, filled with longing and wisdom, became a testament to the power of love as a form of diplomacy, even if it was not recognized as such by the world. Heloise's eloquent words and Abelard's fervent declarations painted a picture of a love that was both a sanctuary and a battleground. Their story, like that of Cleopatra and Antony, serves as a reminder that love can illuminate the darkest corners of existence, but can also lead to heartache. As the ages rolled on, the myth of Venus persisted. In Renaissance Italy, artists and poets alike found inspiration in her tales. Love became the muse of diplomats, the guiding principle in treaties and negotiations. The Medici family, known for their political acumen and cultural patronage, understood that love held the key to power. Their alliances through marriage were not just strategic. They were infused with the spirit of Venus. Each wedding was a spectacle, a grand display of affection that masked the intricate dance of politics happening behind the scenes. On the banks of the Arno River, the marriage of Lorenzo de' Medici to Clarice Orsini was celebrated with feasts and festivals. But the true artistry lay in the alliances formed through their union. The Medici leveraged their connections, weaving a network of influence that would endure for generations. With Venus smiling down upon them, love transformed the landscape of Florence, weaving together the fates of families and shaping the course of history. Yet, even in this age of enlightenment, the threads of love and politics remained tangled. The tales whispered in candlelit chambers carried with them the weight of ambition and desire. As nations collided and alliances shifted, it became clear that the heart, much like the power of Venus, could be both a weapon and a shield. The passions ignited by love could either unite or divide, creating a tapestry of emotions that defined eras. Through the ages, the narrative of Venus and the power of love continued to unfold, each story ripe with possibility. The goddess remained a symbol of what it meant to be human, embodying the triumphs and tragedies of love in its myriad forms. The stories of rulers and lovers intermingled like the threads of a tapestry, each one adding depth and color to the fabric of history. Each heartbeat, each secret rendezvous, and each alliance forged in the name of love whispered of a world where emotions ruled and Venus reigned supreme. The saga flowed seamlessly into the next, an eternal cycle of yearning and desire that would not be easily forgotten. Amidst the towering columns and ornate altars of the Capitoline Temple, the scent of incense mingled with the palpable tension of the crowd. Citizens of Rome, their faces a tapestry of fear and hope, gazed upward, their breath caught in their throats. They were witnessing a sacred ritual, one that would determine the fate of their beloved city. The priest, garbed in flowing white robes, raised his hands towards the heavens, calling upon the divine powers of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, the Capitoline Triad. This trio of gods held the very heartbeat of Rome, and their favor was essential for the military campaigns that loomed on the horizon. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the ancient stones, the priest's voice rose above the murmurs of the people. He invoked Jupiter, the king of gods, whose power was unmatched, a guardian of the Roman state. The crowd's hearts pounded in unison, for they knew that Jupiter's approval could turn the tide of fortune. Just hours before, generals had gathered, their faces set with determination, plotting strategies to expand their territory. But without the gods' blessing, their plans were mere dreams, fragile and fleeting. Juno, the fierce protector of Rome, would not be overlooked. She embodied strength and resilience. As the priest called her name, the air thickened with a sense of steel determination. Women in the crowd, mothers and daughters, murmured prayers for their loved ones heading to battle. They believed in Juno's power to shield their warriors from harm. The flickering torches cast a warm glow, illuminating the faces of those who bowed in reverence, each heart silently pleading for protection. The priest then turned to Minerva, the goddess of wisdom. Her insight was crucial in times of war, guiding leaders to make the right choices. The crowd held their breath, knowing Minerva's influence could tip the scales of strategy. Soldiers, clad in armor, stood at the fringes, their eyes reflecting both pride and trepidation. They sought Minerva's wisdom to lead them through the chaos of battle, to transform their courage into victory. As the priest concluded the ritual, the atmosphere shifted. An electric charge surged through the air, a promise of divine intervention mingling with the uncertainty of impending conflict. The citizens, filled with a mix of elation and dread, felt the weight of their gods gaze upon them. This moment was more than just a connection with the divine. It was a lifeline, a reminder that the fate of Rome was intertwined with the will of the gods. In the days that followed, as legions prepared to march, the Capitoline Triad remained a constant presence in the minds of soldiers and civilians alike. Banners waved in the wind, emblazoned with symbols of their divine protectors, and soldiers whispered prayers as they donned their armor. They felt the urging of their gods in every heartbeat, an echo of the rituals that had been performed to secure victory. The belief that their military campaigns were divinely sanctioned ignited a fire within them, an unquenchable desire to conquer for the glory of Rome. The battlefield became a sacred space, where earth and sky blurred into one. As swords clashed and shields splintered, the soldiers fought not just for land or wealth, but for the honor of their gods. Each fallen comrade was a testament to their devotion, a reminder that they were not alone in this struggle. The cries of the wounded mingled with the prayers whispered on trembling lips, a cacophony of devotion echoing across the plains. With each victory, the triumphant cries of the soldiers soared toward the heavens like arrows shot into the sky. They returned to Rome not just as conquerors but as blessed men, their triumphs celebrated in the forum and temples alike. The Capitoline Triad was worshipped with fervor. Altars overflowed with offerings of wine and grain, tokens of gratitude for the divine favor bestowed upon them. But with every rise, there lurked the ever-present threat of downfall. The more Rome expanded, the more enemies it made. The priests' rituals became more urgent, more elaborate, each ceremony an attempt to appease the gods and stave off any wrath that could come from their neglect. Whispers of discontent floated through the streets like autumn leaves, filling the air with dread. Citizens worried that the gods would grow tired of their demands, that the Triad would turn their gaze away from a city that had pushed its boundaries too far. The generals, ever aware of the delicate balance between piety and power, sought to secure the loyalty of the gods with grand displays of devotion. They constructed magnificent temples and lavish altars, each stone a prayer, each pillar a promise. The Capitoline Triad stood as a constant reminder that their military might, however impressive, could crumble if the divine favor was lost. And so the cycle continued. The Capitol, a symbol of divine protection, loomed large over Rome, reminding all that the gods watched over their endeavors. Each military campaign became a new chapter in a story woven with threads of faith, fear, and the relentless pursuit of glory. As long as the rituals were honored, the favor of the gods would light their path, guiding them toward victory or condemning them to ruin. In the shadow of the Capitoline Temple, as the sun set and painted the sky in hues of crimson, the tension built once more. The crowd gathered, hearts pounding and hands clasped in fervent prayer, awaiting the priest's next words. Would the Capitoline Triad bless their next campaign? Would Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva stand with them, or would their cries be swallowed by the void? The air thrummed with anticipation, the weight of history pressing against their chests, reminding them that the fate of Rome hung in the balance. A delicate thread woven through the fabric of belief and the unyielding will to conquer. The crackle of the campfire echoed through the stillness of the night, a flickering reminder of ancient tales that danced on the lips of warriors gathered around. The flickering shadows painted their faces with stories of valor and vengeance, igniting a fire not just in their hearts, but also in their minds. Each tale spun by the elders served a purpose. It was not merely entertainment, but a call to arms, a justification for the punitive expeditions that had become a way of life. These myths, thick with meaning, were the bedrock upon which nations built their resolve, their righteousness, and often, their wrath. In the centuries past, as kingdoms rose and fell like the tides, those in power turned to legends, breathing life into the dry bones of history. The stories of gods and heroes provided a lens through which ordinary people could view their leaders' decisions, framing their grievances as sacred duty rather than mere aggression. For every punitive expedition, there was a myth, a tale of betrayal, a story of the righteous avenging the wrongs done unto them. The people listened, enraptured, as the elders recounted the epic battles, the treachery of enemies, and the divine favor that accompanied their warriors into battle. Take the tales of the Assyrian kings, whose military campaigns were cloaked in the fabric of divine narrative. These kings were not mere rulers. They were chosen by the gods, sent to punish those who dared to defy the will of the heavens. The Assyrians would march forth, their armies like a storm, their banners rippling like the wings of the gods themselves. With every conquest, they claimed the mantle of divine retribution. What was once mere land became a sacred mission. In the eyes of their people, they were not just conquerors. They were the embodiment of justice. Across the oceans, the Aztecs wove their own intricate tapestry of myths, entwining their religious beliefs with the very fabric of warfare. The sun god, Huitzilopochtli, demanded sacrifice, and to appease him, the Aztecs believed they had to wage war upon their neighbors. The stories told of their pantheon, fierce and demanding, painted their expeditions as necessary acts of devotion. Each battle was framed as a dance of life and death, a brutal pas de deux between humanity and the divine. Hearts beat wildly in rhythm with the drums of war, and the warriors felt emboldened, knowing they were the chosen instruments of their gods. And then there were the Romans, whose myths transformed their brutal conquests into a civilizing mission. They spoke of the Pax Romana, a time of peace and prosperity that would follow their iron-fisted rule. With every tribe they subdued, they were not just expanding their empire. They were saving souls, bringing civilization to the so-called barbarians. The Romans spun tales of glory and virtue, where the might of their legions was a necessary scourge against chaos. In their eyes, the bloodshed was not an act of cruelty but a labor of love, an offering to ensure that order would prevail. As these narratives spread through the ranks of soldiers and the hearts of citizens, they became fuel for the flames of conflict. Men who might have hesitated to march into battle against fellow humans instead felt invigorated by the righteousness of their cause. They were not merely killing. They were fulfilling prophecies, avenging wrongs, and restoring balance. And in this fervor, they found a unity that transcended their individual fears and doubts. But behind the glittering facade of these myths, the reality was often drenched in blood and suffering. The victims of these punitive expeditions rarely saw themselves as antagonists of divine will. Instead, they saw families torn apart, lands ravaged, and cultures erased. The stories that justified the flames of war ignited a passion in the hearts of the oppressors. Yet they also cast long, dark shadows over those who stood in their path. In the midst of such turmoil, a quiet upheaval brewed among those who bore the brunt of these myths. They began their own tales, stories of resistance, of survival against overwhelming odds. These narratives, however, often went unheard, overshadowed by the booming voices of the victors. Yet whispers of rebellion lingered in the air, echoing through the valleys and over the mountains. The oppressed transformed their suffering into narratives of hope, forging identities amidst the chaos. They, too, sought to reclaim their power through myth, fashioning heroes from the ashes of their lost worlds. With each punitive expedition, the cycle of myth and reality spiraled onward, feeding into itself like a never-ending loop. The conquerors elevated their status through the stories they told, while the conquered created their own legends, a symphony of sorrow and defiance. Each side believed wholeheartedly in the righteousness of their narratives, leading to an escalating spiral of violence and retribution. It became a contest of belief, where the stakes were not just land or power, but the very souls of entire cultures. As the fire crackled, and the warriors prepared for the coming dawn, the myths spun around them became both anchor and storm. They stood at the precipice, caught in a web of stories that shaped their reality. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that could spark at any moment. The fables of old lingered on their lips, mingling with the fresh resolve to march forward into the unknown, to face whatever battles awaited them. And so the night wore on, a tapestry of dreams and fears woven together, with every word spoken around the fire a testament to the power of myth. The tension built, hanging like a heavy fog, shrouding the path ahead in uncertainty. Each warrior felt the weight of his ancestors and the legacy of their tales, knowing that when dawn broke, they would not only fight for their own lives, but also for the stories that defined them. As the first light of dawn peeked over the horizon, illuminating the path ahead, the sound of drums echoed in the distance, calling them forward. The punitive expeditions were not merely missions. They were a relentless march into the pages of history, where myths would be born and legends forged. Each step resonated with purpose, each heartbeat synced to the rhythm of conquest. In that moment, amidst the tales of gods and men, the warriors knew they were more than flesh and blood. They were the living embodiment of the myths that would one day echo through the ages, forever entwined in the struggle for power, purpose, and survival. Beneath the silver glow of a full moon, the air crackled with anticipation. The drums thudded like the heartbeat of the earth itself, echoing through the valley where ancient trees stood as silent witnesses. Villagers gathered, cloaked in vibrant garments, their faces painted with symbols of ancestral power and protection. Tonight was not just another festival. It was a moment when the sacred and the martial intertwined, an age-old tradition that spoke of both reverence and readiness. As this gathering unfolded, the smell of incense mingled with the sweet aroma of roasted meats, drawing people closer to the fires that danced against the night sky. Children laughed and played, their carefree spirits a stark contrast to the weighty concerns that loomed over their elders. For in the days to come, a war was brewing on the horizon, and this night served as both a celebration and a solemn preparation for what lay ahead. The village priest, a figure draped in elaborate robes, stepped forward, his voice rising above the rhythmic beat of the drums. He called upon the spirits of warriors past, invoking strength and courage as the crowd responded with fervent chants. Each word was a thread woven into the fabric of their shared fate, binding them not only to each other but also to the very essence of their ancestors. The notion that those who had fought and fallen before were still present, guiding their actions, sent shivers down spines. They were not alone tonight. The souls of the departed stood guard, ready to lend their power in the trials to come. In times of looming danger, these festivals became a sanctuary where fear transformed into fortitude. Each dance, each song, woven with the threads of sacred history, prepared them not merely for battle, but for the emotional toll that conflict exacted. With every twirl of fabric and every stomp of a foot, they released their anxieties, channeling their hopes into the very earth beneath them. The flames of the fire flickered like the lives they honored, a reminder that bravery often stemmed from love for family, love for community, and unwavering love for the land they called home. As the night deepened, stories began to surface, tales of valor from battles fought long ago. The gathering transformed into a living tapestry of their heritage, woven with the tales of heroes and heroines. Faces lit by firelight glistened with tears not of sorrow, but of pride and determination. They remembered the scars of their ancestors, the blood that soaked the fields, and the victories that followed. These memories became their armor, a protective layer against the uncertainty that war brought. In the shadows, young soldiers stood on the cusp of their own destinies, hearts pounding with both dread and excitement. Bound by oath and loyalty, they promised to defend their homes as they clutched tokens from their loved ones. Small charms, woven bracelets, and whispered prayers that promised protection. Each item was infused with emotion, carrying the weight of sacrifice and hope. Tonight, they would not just dance. They would forge their resolve in the fires of camaraderie, drawing strength from the ancient rituals that had sustained countless generations. Yet amid the energy and fervor, a palpable tension hung in the air. The flickering flames cast fleeting shadows across anxious faces, each heartbeat echoing the unspoken fear of the unknown. The priest's chants grew louder, echoing through the valley as if summoning the very forces of fate. "May the spirits guide our hands," he cried. "May they shield us from despair." A collective shout erupted, reverberating through the night, binding them in a moment of unity. In that instant, it became clear that festivals were not merely celebratory. They were vital preparations for the storms ahead. As the festival reached its peak, the atmosphere shifted, the drums transforming from joyful rhythms to a resonant call to arms. The villagers began to weave their bodies in a dance that mirrored the chaos of battle, each movement a testament to their readiness to defend their cherished way of life. With every leap and twirl, they forged connections that transcended time, embodying the spirit of every warrior who had ever stood upon this very ground. In the pulsating energy of their dance, emotions swirled: fear, pride, love, and a fierce determination that ignited their souls. Amidst the swirling chaos, a young woman, eyes bright with determination, stepped forward. Born into a lineage of fighters, her heart raced with an urgency that transcended her years. She held a sword, not just a weapon but a symbol of her commitment, and her voice rang out above the din. "We stand not just as warriors, but as guardians of our stories." Her words pierced the night, igniting a roaring cheer from the crowd, a chorus of voices rising together like a tempest ready to unleash its fury. The night wore on, and the festival morphed into a rite of passage, a bridge between joy and sorrow. It was in these moments of celebration that they shaped their destiny. As the final embers glowed, sparks flying into the night sky like prayers ascending to the heavens, the villagers felt a sense of connection far deeper than mere survival. They were entwined, woven together by shared purpose, ready to face whatever trials awaited them. And as dawn began to break, painting the horizon with hues of gold and crimson, the people stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts beating in sync. They had danced with their ancestors, called upon their spirits, and prepared not just their bodies but their souls for the inevitable clash of steel. With the promise of tomorrow looming heavy, they looked out toward the rising sun, the new day whispering of challenges yet to come, of battles that would test every fiber of their beings. In this sacred blend of festival and war preparation, the villagers found strength. They were not merely participants in a dance. They were the embodiment of their history, the bearers of their traditions, standing on the brink of a new chapter. And as the first rays of light broke through the darkness, illuminating their faces, they knew they would carry forward that flame of resilience, ready for the dawn of battle that awaited them. The air was thick with tension, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. In the year 264 BCE, the ancient Mediterranean world stood on the precipice of a titanic struggle, a clash of empires that would shape the fate of nations. Two great powers, Rome and Carthage, were about to unleash a tempest of violence that would resonate through the ages. The whispers of history held secrets, of gods and men, of valor and betrayal, that begged to be heard. Carthage, with its great harbor and bustling trade, was a jewel of the Mediterranean. Its people, proud and fierce, were a blend of cultures, their hearts beating to the rhythm of the sea. They worshipped gods like Baal and Tanit, seeking favor for their endeavors, their hopes woven into prayers that drifted like incense through the air. But far to the north, the Roman Republic, a rising force imbued with ambition, cast its eyes upon the rich lands of Sicily, a prize that would ignite the flames of war. As the first conflict erupted, the myth of the Punic Wars was born. These were not just battles. They were a divine drama, a saga where gods played their part. Soldiers marched under banners adorned with the symbols of their deities, believing that victory or defeat hinged not just on their swords, but on the favor of the heavens. The clash at Lilybaeum became a stage where blood was spilled, and the cries of the wounded fell silent beneath the weight of destiny. The Romans, zealous in their expansion, saw the Carthaginians as a formidable foe, yet they believed they were champions of a greater cause. The Senate, in its marble halls echoing with fervor, proclaimed that their fight was one of justice, a divine mandate to protect the innocent from tyranny. The gods, it seemed, wore the faces of the Republic's heroes, Furius Camillus and Scipio Africanus, while the Carthaginians enlisted the wrath of their own deities, seeking vengeance and glory. The war raged on, waves crashing against the shores of history, each battle marked by the blood of young men who had never known the taste of peace. The siege of Lilybaeum stretched on through the harsh Sicilian summer, where the sun beat down mercilessly on soldiers clad in metal armor. The air was thick with the sweet stench of victory and grief, an intoxicating mix that drove men forward into the fray. The Carthaginian general, Hannibal Barca, emerged as a figure of legend, a man who commanded respect and fear with equal fervor, a son of Carthage determined to crush the Roman threat. Hannibal's audacious crossing of the Alps became a tale whispered in taverns and homes. It was a feat that defied logic, yet the spirit of the gods seemed to guide him as he led his elephants through treacherous terrain, their trunks raised high as if to challenge the sky. Villagers watched in awe and terror, unsure of what harbingers of doom or salvation marched toward them. With each step, Hannibal's legend grew. He was not just a man, but a force of nature, a divine warrior destined to reshape history. The Battle of Cannae was the climax of this epic struggle, a day etched in the annals of time when the earth shook beneath the feet of two great armies. In a valley filled with tension, Roman soldiers, clad in red and gold, faced the Carthaginian forces. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows as the two sides clashed in a brutal embrace. Hannibal's strategy, brilliant and cunning, drew the Romans into a trap, their formation crumbling under the weight of his tactical genius. The cries of the dying filled the air, mingling with the prayers of those who sought divine intervention. As the dust settled on that fateful day, the Romans were left reeling, their spirits shattered, their faith in the gods faltering. The myth of the Punic Wars painted a vivid picture of the struggle between two civilizations, each convinced of their righteousness. Yet the gods, it seemed, were indifferent to the slaughter, their silence a haunting reminder of the futility of man's ambitions. The victors would celebrate, but the dead would not rise again, their stories lost in the chaos of war. As the tides of battle turned, Rome's determination hardened like iron. The Republic, driven by a relentless desire for revenge and justice, rallied its forces. The Senate, with its stern faces and fervent voices, vowed to avenge the fallen, to honor the memory of those who had fought valiantly. Scipio Africanus, a man of remarkable vision, rose to the challenge, promising to restore glory to Rome. He understood that this was about more than just land. It was about the very soul of a people, a struggle that transcended the battlefield. In the streets of Rome, the populace buzzed with fervor. Mothers prayed for the safe return of their sons, while fathers spoke in hushed tones of honor and duty. Every citizen became a part of this grand narrative, their hopes and fears intertwining with the fate of nations. The gods were called upon once more, their names whispered in the darkest corners of the city, invoking their protection against the chaos that awaited. The final confrontation loomed, like a thunderstorm ready to break. The Battle of Zama would become the crescendo of this epic saga, where Scipio and Hannibal would face off one last time, warriors forged from the fires of adversity. The stage was set, the players ready. Little did they know that beyond the clash of swords and shields, unseen forces shaped their destinies. As the two armies prepared for battle, The ground trembled with anticipation. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, knowing that this day would seal the fate of their civilizations. Would the gods finally choose a side? Or would they stand back and watch, as they had throughout this tragic saga? In that moment, amid the tension and terror, the myth of the Punic Wars transformed into something greater, a reflection of human ambition, divine fury, and the eternal quest for glory that binds us all. Amid the clamor of swords clashing and cannonballs soaring through the smoke-laden skies, the air crackled with more than just the tension of battle. It vibrated with the weight of stories yet to be told. The echoes of the civil wars were not solely defined by strategies or victories. They were steeped in the rich fabric of myth, where heroes were born and legends crafted from the ashes of conflict. In the dim light of a flickering campfire, a group of soldiers huddled together, their faces painted with the grime of war. They listened intently as a weary veteran recounted tales of valor and bravery, heroes whose very names would spark flames of hope in the hearts of the weary. The way he spoke transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, forging a connection that transcended the physical scars they bore. Each word was a brushstroke on the canvas of their shared experience, painting them as more than mere soldiers. They were part of something greater, a grand narrative that would be sung long after the smoke cleared. Yet, behind these stirring tales lay a darker undercurrent. Myths were not only forged in the fires of honor, but were also manipulated for power and control. Leaders on both sides wielded these narratives like weapons, crafting an identity that would unify their followers and drown out dissent. Promises of a brighter future, of a land reborn, resonated deeply with men and women yearning for meaning amid chaos. They were told that they were fighting for a cause that was larger than themselves, a destiny waiting to be realized. In the towns ravaged by war, the air was thick with a mixture of fear and fervor. Villagers gathered to listen to impassioned speeches, often delivered atop makeshift platforms. The orators painted vivid pictures of the enemy, monsters lurking in the shadows, intent on ravaging their way of life. Each tale was woven with threads of myth, transforming the enemy into a faceless entity of evil, while their own side was cast as the righteous force, destined to prevail. The more these stories were repeated, the more they solidified into a shared belief that fueled the fires of conflict, binding communities together against a common foe. As the battles raged on, the myths evolved. Figures like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson became larger-than-life icons, not just because of their deeds but due to the stories embraced by the masses. Washington, the stoic leader, was transformed into a demigod, his image carefully cultivated by followers who wished to immortalize his greatness. In taverns and around kitchen tables, people recounted how he defied the odds, crossing the icy Delaware on Christmas night, a moment that transcended mere history and entered the realm of legend. But this manipulation didn't rest solely on the shoulders of the victors. Those on the losing side also wielded the power of myth to maintain hope. The Confederacy, struggling against overwhelming odds, crafted their own version of valor rooted in Southern honor and bravery. Their stories painted the war as a noble struggle, a fight to preserve a way of life under siege. The figures of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson were mythologized, their tactical genius turned into folklore. In their narratives, the South was not merely fighting for a lost cause but for their very identity, a conviction that would resonate far beyond the battlefield. The manipulation of myth reached fever pitch during the aftermath of engagements. In the wake of bloody battles, where thousands lay dead or dying, the stories of heroism surged like wildfire. The newspapers, with their ink still wet from the presses, spun tales that glorified the fallen as martyrs for the cause. Every death was not just a loss but a rallying cry, an opportunity to invoke the spirits of those who had given everything. The blood-soaked earth became hallowed ground, where the names of the dead were woven into the very fabric of the nation's future. Around the campfires, soldiers felt the sting of loss, but also the warmth of camaraderie. They knew that every tale spun from those flickering flames served a purpose, reminding them of why they fought, why they pressed on through the mud and sorrow. The sound of laughter mingled with somber recollections, a poignant reminder that amidst the hardship, there remained a flicker of hope. Yet, with every story shared, the line blurred between reality and the mythologized narratives that served to inspire or manipulate. In the midst of this tumult, the cries of women echoed through the trenches. They, too, became part of the narrative, their sacrifices elevated in stories that turned the tides of sentiment. The tales of mothers sending their sons off to war, of wives waiting anxiously for letters that may never arrive, became powerful myths in their own right. These women were not mere shadows. They were the heart and soul, embodying resilience even as they became part of the grand tale spun by the male-dominated narrative. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape of war, the myth-making continued, spinning on like an unending thread. Heroes were sculpted from the clay of humanity, flaws and all, crafted into figures that inspired generations. The civil wars were not just a series of battles fought over land or ideology. They were a crucible where every story told held the power to shape destiny and identity. For every victory celebrated, a new myth would rise, and for every loss mourned, another would emerge to keep the spirit alive. The narratives twisted and turned, morphing into something that could be harnessed by those in power. The emotional tapestry woven during this time revealed a complex interplay of hope, fear, and manipulation, a storm of human experience that shaped not only the course of a nation but the very understanding of what it meant to fight, to lose, and to believe in something far greater than oneself. As the embers of the campfire crackled and danced, the soldiers leaned in closer, drawn into the warmth of shared myth, unaware that the stories they cherished would forever echo in the annals of history. Their lives intertwined in a narrative that was only beginning to unfold, leading them into the next chapter of conflict, identity, and the relentless pursuit of a dream. A young boy stood in the dusty street, clutching a worn-out newspaper in his small hands. The headlines screamed at him, "Victory at dawn," and "The enemies of freedom shall fall." His heart raced, eyes wide with excitement and fear. He was captivated, caught in the web of stories that spun from the mouths of leaders, echoing through the hearts of a nation. Little did he know that these tales were carefully crafted, designed to mold his perception of the world and the war beyond the horizon. War has always been a terrifying specter, looming over humanity like a dark cloud. But it is propaganda that transforms this fear into a rallying cry. During the First World War, governments realized the power of words, how they could ignite passion, blind reason, and rally a nation to arms. Posters adorned city walls, urging the public to enlist, to support their troops, to sacrifice for the greater good. One poster depicted a stern-faced uncle, pointing directly at the viewer with the words, "Your country needs you." This image became a symbol, a call to action that led countless young men to the battlefields, their hearts pounding with a mix of bravado and trepidation. In the United States, the Committee on Public Information was born, a machine designed to churn out messages that would shape public opinion. George Creel, its head, understood that to win the war, they needed to win the minds of the people. Films, pamphlets, and speeches flooded the streets, painting a vivid picture of the enemy. The German soldiers became ruthless brutes, depicted as monsters who sought to destroy democracy. This imagery was not just fiction. It was a powerful tool that turned ordinary citizens into fervent supporters of war. The boy with the newspaper felt his excitement thinly veil a growing resentment towards those labeled as the enemy, his heart racing not just for his country, but against a faceless foe. Across the ocean, the British government deployed similar tactics. The iconic Lord Kitchener Wants You campaign became a pivotal moment in British history, invoking a sense of duty and honor. Men rushed to enlist, often driven by pride or the fear of being seen as cowards. Families hung the posters in their homes, and the collective heartbeat of a nation quickened with each enlistment. The war was not merely a far-off conflict. It became a shared narrative, a part of the very fabric of society. The emotional weight of propaganda did not rest solely in recruitment. It seeped into the everyday lives of citizens. Wartime rationing, a necessity for survival, was transformed into acts of patriotism. "Food will win the war," proclaimed pamphlets, pushing citizens to give up their luxuries for the soldiers fighting abroad. Sweet treats became a luxury, while people found pride in their ability to endure scarcity. The boy noticed his mother's determination to bake bread with less flour, her hands kneading the dough with purpose, her spirit soaring with the belief that every loaf contributed to victory. The sacrifices felt personal, binding families to the greater narrative, even as the war raged on. On the home front, the influence of propaganda was as palpable as the battles fought in distant lands. Newspapers and radios buzzed with the voices of leaders, drumming up support, amplifying fear and anger, but also unity. Every story of a soldier's bravery was a thread woven into the tapestry of national pride. A mother, watching her son off to war, felt emboldened by the promises of a swift victory. She held on to the belief that her boy was fighting for a cause greater than himself, that his sacrifice would not be in vain. As images of heroes and villains filled the public consciousness, the line between truth and fiction blurred. The boy, now a teenager, found himself entranced by tales of valor, each story igniting a fierce loyalty to his country, even as the reality of war began to seep through the cracks of propaganda. The golden banners of victory contrasted sharply with the grim reports of battles lost, yet the messages remained unwavering. "We must endure. We must fight," they echoed, drowning out the whispers of doubt. The aftermath of the war left a scar, but propaganda had done its job. It molded perceptions, crafting a collective memory that celebrated courage while glossing over the horrors of combat. The boy, now a man, could barely reconcile the heroism he had been taught with the devastation he saw in returning soldiers. The emotional chasm was immense, the weight of propaganda lifting him to dizzying heights, only to drop him into the depths of reality. In World War II, the machinery of propaganda evolved, becoming even more insidious and sophisticated. Posters, films, and radio broadcasts became woven into the very fabric of daily life, ensuring that the narrative remained tight and controlled. The stories told were not just about winning the war, they were about embodying ideals. Uncle Sam and Rosie the Riveter emerged as cultural icons, symbolizing strength and resilience, creating a persona that transcended the battlefield. The nation rallied behind them, feeling their strength surge through the fabric of society. Yet, amidst the fervor, people began to question, what was the price of this unity? The boy-turned-man, now a father, watched as his children learned the lessons of the past. The whispers of propaganda remained, echoing through time, creating a cycle of perception that continuously shifted with the needs of those in power. Confusion brewed beneath the surface as the stories of victory met the truths of loss and sacrifice, a delicate balance that could tip at any moment. As he sat with his children, recounting stories of valor and bravery, he felt the weight of his own past intertwine with theirs. The shadows of history loomed large, reminding him that the influence of propaganda was not just a relic of the past, but a living, breathing entity that shaped every generation. The next chapter awaited, a tale yet to unfold, filled with the promise of new conflicts and the ever-present power of perception, ready to sweep them into its embrace once more. In a moment of hushed tension, a soft breeze rustles through the palm trees, carrying whispers of an age-long past. A golden hue settles over the land, casting an otherworldly glow, one that speaks of prosperity, promise, and the intoxicating allure of a golden age. For centuries, this image has danced in the minds of empires, a shimmering mirage that beckons them onward, urging them to conquer, to expand, and to claim what is believed to be their birthright. As eyes scanned the horizon, the leaders of great civilizations painted their visions with strokes of grandeur. They spoke of a time when their people thrived in harmony, a time when art flourished and knowledge bloomed like the vibrant colors of spring. But what lies beneath the surface of such glowing narratives? The power of a myth so compelling that it became the fulcrum upon which empires balanced their ambitions. Amidst the echoing halls of ancient palaces, the concept of a golden age became a powerful rhetoric, a tool wielded with fierce precision. Rulers manipulated the past, using it to stoke the fires of nationalism and justify their thirst for expansion. Generations were raised on tales of a glorious history, a time when their ancestors were not just survivors but conquerors, bringing civilization to the uncultured lands beyond the sea. Excitement crackled in the air as ambitious leaders gathered their armies, rallying their men with promises of glory and wealth. The flames of ambition ignited hearts, while banners unfurled to catch the wind, waving like promises of a prosperous future. They marched through valleys and over mountains, driven by the belief that their destiny was to reclaim a lost legacy, to restore the golden age that had slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. The myths began to shape a narrative that was impossible to resist. In the minds of the conquerors, the lands they sought held treasures untold, brimming with resources that could elevate their societies to the heights of their imagined past. Such visions blinded them to the human cost, the lives shattered and cultures erased in their relentless pursuit. Empires felt justified. After all, they were bringing enlightenment to those deemed lesser. They cast themselves as saviors, the bearers of light, while the shadows of their actions loomed ominously. In the midst of these sweeping tides, the indigenous peoples felt the encroachment, a quiet dread settling over their communities. The heartbeat of their culture resonated with the rhythm of their ancestors. Yet, as the golden banners approached, fear crept in, gnawing at the edges of their stories. They watched as their lands were claimed, their sacred places turned into battlegrounds, and their voices drowned beneath the thunder of imperial ambition. Yet, even amidst despair, their spirits fought to hold onto their truths, their own histories woven with strength and resilience. But the songs of the oppressors rang louder, echoing across the valleys, and many began to believe the myth. The Golden Age was real, and it was theirs to reclaim. With every conquest, the narrative thickened, casting shadows over the voices that cried out for recognition. Those who resisted were branded as obstacles, their defiance twisted into tales of savagery, justifying further incursions. It was a cycle, a tempest of desire and destruction, spiraling ever onward. In the opulence of royal courts, the grand storytellers spun tales that would make even the bravest hearts tremble with awe. These narratives filled the corridors with echoes of what could be, visions of empires bathed in golden light. They spoke of riches beyond imagination, of lands that would bend to their will, and of a resurrected past that promised eternal glory. These were not merely stories. They were the lifeblood of imperial ambition, intoxicating enough to sweep away reason and compassion. And yet, within the shadows of these grand halls, moments of doubt flickered like candle flames in the dark. Some leaders, cloaked in doubt, questioned the righteousness of their cause. They wondered if the Golden Age was truly theirs to restore or merely an illusion, a gilded facade hiding the scars of their actions. But fear of losing their power silenced these thoughts, muffling the voices of conscience beneath the weight of ambition. The myth held firm, and with it, the empire surged forward, undeterred by the whispers of their own doubts. The march continued, each step a beat in a drum that echoed through history, as lands fell before the advancing waves of imperialism. Towns that had thrived for centuries crumbled, their stories swept away like dust in the wind. The Golden Age, once a beacon of hope, became a harbinger of despair for those caught in the storm. The conquerors claimed victory, but what they seized was not merely land. They stole the very essence of cultures, snuffing out the light that had once illuminated their own paths. Yet, even as empires expanded, chinks in their golden armor began to appear. The promise of wealth and glory did not always translate into peace and prosperity. Revolts simmered beneath the surface, with the oppressed rising to reclaim their identities. The myth that had once unified and fortified the conquerors now faced the test of reality. The Golden Age was a fragile thing, and for every tale of triumph, there existed a counter-narrative, whispering of loss and resilience. In the quiet corners of the world, beneath the weight of imperial ambition, a new awareness began to rise. Voices long silenced began to echo, weaving stories of their own. A tapestry rich in pain, defiance, and hope. The Golden Age was not a singular vision, but a mosaic of experiences, each unique, each deserving of recognition. Through the crackling tension, the air thick with emotion, the curtain began to lift, revealing the intricate layers of history that the conquerors had sought to simplify. As the myth of the Golden Age crumbled under scrutiny, it became clear that the journey of empires was far from over. The fires of ambition still burned fiercely, but alongside them, the flames of resistance sparked, lighting the path toward a new understanding of history. A history that would not be solely written by the victors, but by all who had fought for their place in the narrative. The stage was set for the next act, where the echoes of the past would collide with the fervent cries for justice, weaving a story more complex and beautiful than any golden age could ever promise. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the Roman Forum, the whispers of a forgotten era echoed through the streets. Legends of fierce women, strong as iron and tender as the first blooms of spring, filled the air. It was a time when the deeds of gods and mortals intertwined, and in the shadows of powerful men stood remarkable women whose influence shaped the very fabric of society. In the midst of this storied city, a young girl named Lavinia clutched her mother's hand, wide-eyed and trembling, as stories of goddesses and heroines danced in her imagination. "Did you hear about Camilla?" her mother whispered, her voice a blend of pride and reverence. The warrior maiden who led the Volscians to battle, fast as the wind, fierce as a lioness. Lavinia's heart raced, her spirit ignited by the image of a woman leading men into fierce combat, defying the expectations held over her like an iron cage. Camilla was no mere figure of myth. She was a symbol of relentless courage. With her flowing hair and a heart that beat louder than any war drum, she galloped into history on her swift horse, brandishing weapons not just as a means of survival, but as an assertion of her power. Her story resonated with the women of Rome, who saw in her the defiance of tradition, the courage to challenge the status quo. The very air crackled with their unspoken dreams, igniting their desires to rise beyond the limitations imposed upon them. Then there was Bellona, the goddess of war herself, who stood tall in the pantheon. She was no passive deity observing the chaos from afar. She was a fierce warrior, adorned with armor and riding a chariot into the fray. To the Romans, Bellona was not a distant, ethereal figure but an ever-present reminder that women could wield strength and authority. In her, they saw the embodiment of both the nurturing aspects of femininity and the relentless drive for victory. When armies marched into battle, her name was whispered as both a prayer and a rallying cry, an invocation of strength that transcended the confines of gender. The tales of women fighting alongside men in the throes of war were not merely legends. They were woven into the very essence of Rome's history. The story of the fierce warrior women of the Amazons, who captivated the imagination of Roman leaders and poets alike, hinted at an unsettling truth. Women were not just passive figures in the grand narrative of war. They were agents of change, wielding swords and strategies with the same skill as their male counterparts. In whispered conversations under the glow of torchlight, the women of Rome shared tales of their ancestors, of the Julii, who defied the odds and took to arms when their city was threatened. They spoke of the Vestal Virgins, not only guardians of the sacred fire, but also protectors of the city's honor and strength. The flames they tended symbolized their unwavering strength, a reminder that women were the heart of Rome, nurturing its very spirit even as they stood ready to defend it. As the air thickened with anticipation, Lavinia's heart swelled with the stories of women who took on roles traditionally reserved for men. She dreamed of becoming a warrior herself, inspired by the fierce resolve of women from tales long past. The image of women donning armor, their faces painted with determination, became a beacon of hope for Lavinia and her peers. They imagined themselves as gladiators in the Colosseum, not as mere spectators but as champions in their own right, facing down fear and fighting for glory. But the reality was often grimmer. In the shadow of male dominance, women navigated a world that sought to silence them. They were married off for alliances, their voices often drowned out by the clashing of swords and the roar of the crowd. Yet even in the quietest corners, their spirits ignited resistance. The trials faced by women and their indomitable will to rise above echoed through the ages, forcing Rome to acknowledge their existence, their power, and their right to stand shoulder to shoulder with men. In the tales of Lucretia, whose tragic fate sparked a revolution, lay a poignant reminder of the consequences women faced in a society that often discarded them. Her story gripped the hearts of the people, igniting a fire for justice that changed the course of Roman history. Women were not simply victims. They were catalysts of change, their suffering transforming them into symbols of a new era. The stirring tales of their courage resonated throughout the ages, fueling the ambitions of generations to come. As night fell, the flickering shadows of the Forum held the echoes of these stories, weaving a tapestry of resilience and defiance. The women of Rome were warriors in their own right, fighting not only on the battlefield but in the hearts and minds of a society that sought to confine them. The tales of their strength and suffering clung to the walls of the city, a haunting reminder that the fight for recognition was far from over. In the midst of this cacophony of voices, the drums of war began to beat again, a call to arms that reverberated through the streets. It was a reminder of the ever-present struggle, the unyielding quest for power, and the relentless pursuit of freedom. As Lavinia stood at the edge of the Forum, her heart raced at the thought of joining those who had come before her, women who had carved their names into history with blood, sweat, and unbreakable spirit. The air shimmered with anticipation, each heartbeat aligning with the rhythm of a world shifting beneath the weight of their stories. And so, the night unfolded, a tapestry of histories, dreams, and ambitions intertwining with the relentless pursuit of glory. The role of women in Roman mythology and war was not a tale to be forgotten. It was a living narrative, a testament to the enduring strength that coursed through their veins, ready to propel them into the annals of time, forever a part of the ever-evolving saga of Rome. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a fiery glow over ancient lands where the echoes of past conquests still lingered in the air. In the shadow of great mountains and beside vast rivers, empires rose and fell, fueled not just by swords and shields but by the whispers of gods. These were not mere stories. They were the very fabric of a culture that painted the world in hues of ambition, glory, and divine right. Long before the first axe was raised against a foreign foe, kings looked to the heavens for justification. They sought the approval of the gods, weaving their destinies into the mythic tales told around flickering fires. As night enveloped the earth, warriors gathered, their hearts pounding with the rhythmic pulse of honor and duty. They were not just men. They were champions of the deities, chosen to fulfill grand designs that had been etched into the cosmos long before their births. In Mesopotamia, the mighty king Sargon of Akkad began his conquest driven by the belief that he was favored by the god Enlil. The tales told of his rise were as much about military prowess as they were about divine sanction. He was the hammer of the gods, they said, sent to forge a new world from the chaos of the old. Every city he conquered was not merely a victory. It was a testament to his God-given right to rule. As his legions marched through the dust of ancient streets, the cries of the vanquished mingled with chants of worship. The world watched, and the gods smiled upon his endeavors. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks wielded their mythology with equal fervor. Alexander the Great, a name that would echo through the ages, believed himself the descendant of Achilles and a son of Zeus. A storm brewed inside him, a potent blend of ambition and celestial destiny. With each step he took into foreign lands, he believed he was not just expanding his empire but fulfilling a divine mission. The sun glinted off his armor, a signal of his rightful place at the head of the world. Cities fell beneath his gaze, not just because of his unmatched strategy, but because the mythos surrounding him permeated the hearts of those who faced him. They surrendered not only to him but to the destiny he embodied, a destiny foretold by oracles and woven into the very fabric of their lives. In the far reaches of the Americas, the Aztec emperor Moctezuma believed himself the earthly representative of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent deity. The myths told tales of a returning god, and as the Spanish arrived with their foreign banners, the line between the sacred and the mortal blurred. The Spanish conquistadors, led by Hernán Cortés, were viewed through the lens of prophecy. They were seen as divine agents, a belief that would lead to catastrophic consequences. Each encounter was charged with a mix of awe and dread, as the Aztecs confronted the manifestations of their own myths, struggling to comprehend the reality of their fate as it unfolded before them. Vikings set sail under the blessings of their gods, their longships cutting through the waves as they sought glory and conquest. Odin, the All-Father, imbued their endeavors with meaning, promising a place in Valhalla for those who fell in battle. Each raid was painted with the brush of belief, a thrilling connection to the divine that propelled them into foreign waters. They weren't just plunderers. They were warriors on a sacred quest, their fates intertwined with the tales of old. With axes raised high, they carved their legacy into the lands they touched, believing they were fulfilling a destiny that had been foretold in the sagas. In Asia, the Mongol hordes swept across the steppes, their leader Genghis Khan likened to a living god. The very soil beneath their hooves resonated with the energy of their fierce ambitions. They were the scourge of the earth, but to themselves, they were agents of a cosmic order. Genghis Khan unified tribes under the banner of Khan, a title that bore the weight of divine privilege. He claimed that his conquests were a manifestation of the eternal blue sky's will, urging him to bring all under his rule. The battle cries of his warriors echoed across mountains and plains, fueled by the conviction that their victories were not solely for wealth, but a divine mandate that shaped the world as they knew it. As history twisted and turned, these mythological underpinnings became the very marrow of empires, a thread that wove through the hearts of kings and commoners alike. It was a blend of blood and belief, where the lines between reality and myth blurred so completely that one could hardly tell where one ended and the other began. Each battle fought, each land claimed, was a chapter in an epic narrative that transcended time, fueled by a primal urge for domination and a thirst for recognition from the divine. In the tapestry of history, every conquest echoed with the voices of the past, calling forth ancient spirits who guided the hands of those who dared to dream of empires. The sound of clashing swords and the cries of the vanquished were underpinned by a rich symphony of gods and heroes, each note reverberating through the ages, reminding those who listened that to conquer was not merely to win a territory but to fulfill a destiny written in the stars. As the echoes of these myths continue to resonate, the world spins on, each new dawn bringing forth fresh battles and new visions of glory. The intertwining of myth and conquest paints a vivid picture of humanity's relentless pursuit of greatness, where the sacred and the profane dance together in a timeless waltz, drawing specters of the past into the present. The embers of ancient legends smolder on, waiting for the next brave soul to ignite them anew, ensuring that the cycle of conquest and divine justification endures through the ages, an eternal narrative waiting to be written. A cool breeze swept through the ancient battlefield, carrying with it whispers of valor and sacrifice. Soldiers, clad in armor, stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding as they faced the unknown. Tension crackled in the air like the short-lived sparks before lightning strikes. Before them rose a massive temple, its stone pillars reaching for the heavens, adorned with carvings that spoke of gods who watched over mortals. The temple was not just a structure. It was a sanctuary of hope amid chaos, a beacon of strength when fear threatened to devour them whole. In the throes of warfare, temples and shrines became sacred havens. They were places where warriors sought divine guidance, offering prayers and sacrifices to gods whose favor could turn the tide of battle. As soldiers knelt on the cool stone floor, each whispered plea echoed against the walls, mingling with the scent of burning incense. In these moments, the weight of the world fell away, and faith wrapped around them like a protective cloak. Troops marched into the fray armed not just with swords and shields, but with the fervent belief that their gods stood with them. A commander raised his arms to the sky after a night spent praying at the temple. He invoked the names of deities known for their bravery and strength, each syllable resonating like a thunderclap in the silent dawn. The air thickened with anticipation. They were driven by something far greater than themselves. For them, it was not merely about territory or glory. It was about survival, about safeguarding their families, their lands, and their beliefs. As the battle horn sounded, the ground shook with the march of thousands. Each footstep echoed the prayers uttered in temples, where lives were intertwined with the destiny of their gods. The soldiers surged forward, hearts aflame with conviction. They were not alone. Spirits of past warriors lingered in the air, emboldening them, reminding them of sacrifices made long before their time. Each clash of steel felt like a sacred hymn, a stark contrast to the cries of the fallen. Yet woven together, they created a tapestry of honor and despair. Temples served as rallying points, places where the weary could find not just rest, but rejuvenation for their spirits. After the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, these sacred sites became the backdrop for mourning and reflection. Heroes were remembered, their names etched into the stone as offerings of gratitude. Priests would light candles, their flickering flames representing the souls of those who had fought valiantly. The glow illuminated faces marked by grief and pride, drawing tears that mingled with the earth, sanctifying the ground where blood had been spilled. In the heat of conflict, shrines dedicated to local deities sprang up, often in the wake of tragedy. They became symbols of resilience, honoring those who had fallen while inspiring the living to carry on. Generosity was offered to the gods in the form of food, crafted goods, and tokens that bore the weight of stories untold. Each offering was a reminder that life persisted, that amid destruction, hope could still flourish. The significance of these sacred spaces transcended mere rituals. They were the lifeblood of the community, places where warriors could forge bonds stronger than iron. Under the watchful eyes of divine guardians, soldiers shared tales of courage, laughed in the face of adversity, and forged lifelong friendships. The camaraderie found within the sacred walls was as vital as the weapons they bore. It was this unity that often made the difference when the sky darkened with war. As campaigns unfolded, triumphs and defeats etched themselves into the tapestry of history. Temples became repositories of legacy, holding the weight of victories and the sorrow of losses. The laughter of victorious soldiers mingled with the wails of mothers who had lost their sons. Each temple stood as a testament to the human spirit's ability to rise from the ashes. Shrines marked the battlegrounds of the past, a reminder that even in the aftermath of destruction, the gods had not abandoned them. With every military campaign, the significance of temples grew, intertwining with the very fabric of the conflict. In times of desperation, communities gathered for festivals at these sites, invoking blessings for peace. The vibrant colors of banners fluttering in the breeze danced against the somber backdrop of war, a celebration of life amidst the chaos. It was a powerful juxtaposition, a reminder that even in the darkest of hours, humanity's light could shine brightly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the lingering spirit of temples and shrines became palpable. They were the heart of each campaign, reminding all who fought that they were part of something far greater than themselves. The murmurs of ancient prayers filled the air, a song of hope that dared to rise above the clamor of swords and shields, whispering to the warriors who stood ready for what lay ahead. The night wrapped around them like a shroud, but the light of the temple flickered with unwavering resolve. The soldiers, emboldened by their faith and the enduring legacy of those who had come before, prepared to face whatever the morrow might bring. In the shadows, the echoes of their ancestors urged them on, melding the past with the present. The path ahead was uncertain, but as they stepped beyond the sacred threshold, hearts ablaze with purpose, they knew they carried with them the weight of prayers and the blessing of their gods. The battle was not merely for land or honor. It was a manifestation of devotion, woven into the very fabric of their existence, echoing with the promise of new beginnings. In a dimly lit room, a historian thumbed through the fragile pages of a manuscript, his fingers trembling as he traced the lines of ink left behind by a soldier who had once stood on the blood-soaked fields of a forgotten battle. Each word whispered tales of courage and despair, igniting emotions that transcended time. This wasn't just history. It was life, raw and unvarnished, a testament to the human spirit in the face of unimaginable horror. As the historian read, he could almost hear the distant echoes of cannon fire, the cries of men charging forward, their hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of war. The narrative unfolded not merely as a sequence of dates and events, but as a tapestry woven from the threads of individual experiences, heartbreak, and heroism. It was a reminder that behind every statistic, there lay a story waiting to be told, a story that bridged the gap between past and present, making the shadows of history feel all too real. War narratives have a unique power. They transform mere facts into gripping tales that leave indelible marks on the heart. Consider the letters written by soldiers. They didn't just describe the battlefield. They captured the essence of fear, longing, and the desperate hope for peace. A soldier scrawling words in the dark of night, hopeful that his message would reach home, conveys a sense of urgency that numbers cannot express. Through their words, we feel the weight of their struggles, the anguish of separation, and the nightmarish reality of combat. In the annals of history, the accounts of battles like Gettysburg or Verdun come alive through the stories of those who fought. Each soldier's tale adds layers to the narrative, painting a vivid picture of bravery and folly, sacrifice and survival. The clash of armies becomes a backdrop to individual struggles, as heroes and everyday people step into the spotlight of history, their voices breaking through the din of war. Take, for instance, the haunting letters of the soldiers in World War I. They wrote of muddy trenches and the stench of decay, but also of friendships forged in the flames of battle. A brief moment of laughter shared over a shared cigarette in the trenches became a lifeline amidst chaos. These narratives juxtapose the brutality of war with the fragile beauty of human connection. They remind us that even in the depths of despair, humanity finds ways to reach out, to hold on, to love. The power of narrative resonates through the ages, from ancient epics like the Iliad, where warriors clash in honor and glory, to the modern accounts of veterans struggling with the scars of conflict. The timeless stories shape our understanding of war, forcing us to confront uncomfortable truths. Often, the most profound tales emerge not from the victors, but from those who witnessed defeat. A reminder that history is written not just in triumph but in hardship, loss, and resilience. As the historian continued to read, he encountered the poignant story of a nurse in a makeshift hospital during World War II. She battled not just the physical wounds of soldiers, but the emotional scars of witnessing lives torn apart by violence. Her diary entries revealed her struggle to maintain hope while caring for the broken. Through her words, the reader is transported to a time when compassion fought bravely against cruelty. The sense of urgency in her writing makes it clear. Every life matters. Every story deserves to be told. The historian's heart raced as he turned each page. With each narrative, the room felt smaller, the weight of history pressing closer. He could almost hear the whispers of those long gone, urging him to remember, to honor their sacrifices by sharing their truths. He was no mere observer, but a vessel through which these stories demanded to live again. War narratives also challenge us to reflect on the consequences of conflict. They compel us to question the very nature of humanity. What drives a person to take up arms? What toll does it take on the soul? The stories of soldiers returning home, forever altered by what they witnessed, resonate deeply. They bring to light the harsh realities of PTSD, the silent battles that rage long after the guns have fallen silent. The historian was aware that these narratives are not just about the past, but are intertwined with the ongoing struggles faced by veterans today. The emotional cadence of these narratives varies, shifting from moments of intense action to quiet reflection. A soldier charging into battle may feel the adrenaline surge through his veins, only to later sit in silence, grappling with the memories that haunt him. It's the contrast between the chaos of war and the stillness of memory that makes these stories powerful. They encapsulate the essence of what it means to be human, fighting for survival, grappling with loss, and seeking redemption. In the end, the historian felt a deep connection to those who came before him, an invisible thread binding their stories to his own. He understood that the narratives of war are not just events etched in history, but living, breathing reflections of the human condition. Each tale carved a space within him, and as he closed the manuscript, he knew that he was not done. The stories would continue to resonate, rippling through time, urging him to share the voices of the past with a world that needed to remember. And outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the ground, a silent tribute to the lives lost and the stories yet to be told. The historian sat back, the weight of history heavy on his shoulders, knowing that every narrative held within it the power to change hearts and minds, to stir emotions that could not be silenced. As he stood to leave, he resolved to give those narratives the life they deserved, to tell the tales that begged to be heard, and to keep the spirit of those who had fought alive through their words. The cycle of history turned on, unbroken, as the next chapter awaited, heavy with anticipation and unsaid stories yearning to escape. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where the sun cast long shadows on cobblestone paths, whispers of the past danced through the air, carrying stories that shaped the very fabric of society. Every citizen, whether a senator in a toga or a baker with calloused hands, felt the weight of these tales. They were not merely stories, but the heartbeat of a civilization that intertwined myth and law in ways that resonated deeply within every soul. One could see it in the grand halls of the Forum, where orators stood tall, their voices echoing like thunder. They spoke not only of laws but of the gods, invoking the names of Romans' deities as if they were present, watching, and judging. Jupiter, with his mighty thunderbolt, and Venus, the embodiment of love and desire, lingered in the minds of all as both inspiration and caution. When a magistrate delivered a judgment, there was an unspoken understanding that the divine was listening, and the consequences of their decisions went far beyond mere earthly repercussions. The very foundations of Roman law were built on the bedrock of mythical narratives, where gods and heroes alike shaped the principles of justice and morality. But as the crowd gathered, a tension simmered beneath the surface. A young man named Marcus, accused of theft, stood trembling before the assembly. His heart raced as he recalled the stories told to him as a child. He remembered the tale of Hercules, who had faced trials that tested his strength and character. Would he, like Hercules, find redemption? Or would he fall victim to the merciless machinery of the law? The spectators' eyes bore into him, each gaze a potential judgment, each whisper a verdict waiting to be spoken. As the praetor began his deliberations, he invoked the spirit of the ancients. With each word, he wove the fabric of myth into his reasoning. What would the great Romulus say? He pondered aloud. The founder of our city, who understood that justice was not merely about punishment but about restoring order. The crowd hung on each word, enthralled by the connection between their revered past and their present. In that moment, the line between man and deity blurred. The audience was not merely witnessing a trial. They were participating in a ritual that echoed through centuries of belief. The myths of their ancestors were not just tales. They were essential truths that informed the laws governing their lives. The principles of justice, honor, and integrity were steeped in stories of gods who punished the wicked and shielded the innocent, infusing the legal proceedings with a sense of gravity and purpose. As the praetor declared his judgment, a hush fell over the crowd. Let Marcus be given a chance to atone, to find his own path to redemption. The words hung in the air like the scent of incense, stirring emotions deep within the hearts of those present. Here was a reminder that even the most revered figures in mythology were not flawless. They too had faced temptations and trials. The very essence of being human was to struggle, to falter, and to seek forgiveness. Yet, outside the Forum, the reality was harsh and unyielding. The myths that inspired hope were also a double-edged sword. The same gods who could grant mercy also demanded accountability. Those who strayed from the righteous path faced dire consequences. The roar of the crowd could quickly turn from cheers to jeers, their mood shifting like the clouds before a storm. In the shadows of the grand columns, a lone woman named Livia observed the proceedings with a heavy heart. A healer by trade, she had witnessed the harshness of the law firsthand. Her husband had been accused of treason, a charge that carried the weight of betrayal against both the state and the gods. As she thought of the fabrications that had brought him to this moment, the stories of gods who had punished the innocent danced in her mind. What would the great Minerva, goddess of wisdom, have advised in such a moment? Justice must be blind, she recalled the saying. But what if that blindness meant the loss of a loved one? Livia clutched her herbs tightly, her knuckles white as she prayed for intervention. The very fabric of Roman law was woven with tales of divine intervention, where the gods had the power to alter fates. But here, in this unforgiving world, she felt the weight of uncertainty. Would the myths that had once inspired her now betray her family? The fear of injustice was palpable, gnawing at her heart with every beat. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the city of Rome transformed into a theater of dreams and despair. Myth and law danced in a delicate balance, each influencing the other in a relentless cycle. The stories of those who came before shaped the present, and in turn, the decisions of today would echo into the future. The tumultuous journey of justice continued, with citizens weaving their own tales of hope and fear. The young, the old, the powerful, and the meek all found themselves caught in the web of this intricate game where myth and law intertwined. The streets pulsed with life, where every corner held the potential for a new story to emerge, one that could shatter the constraints of fate or reinforce the pillars of justice. As the moon rose high above the city, casting its silver glow over the forum, the echoes of the past whispered through the night. In the hearts of the Romans, the threads of myth wound tightly around the principles of the law, creating a tapestry of emotion that transcended time. With every decision made, every myth recalled, they forged a legacy that would ripple through history, an unending cycle of hope, struggle, and the relentless pursuit of justice in a world where the divine and the mortal met. Beneath the flickering torches, among the shadows of an ancient encampment, warriors gathered, their eyes glistening with a fierce blend of hope and dread. The cool night air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that danced between the men like an electric current. They sat huddled around a fire, the flames licking at the dark sky, illuminating the faces of those who would soon march into battle. As tales of glory and valor echoed in the night, every word spun a thread that wove their destinies together into a tapestry of myth and brotherhood. Legends spilled forth like warm blood on the battlefield, igniting a flame of courage in the hearts of these soldiers. Each epic recounted by the camp elder spoke not just of gods and heroes, but of a shared identity, a profound connection that transcended individual fears. They were not merely men. They were descendants of legends, warriors molded from the very fabric of history. The elder's voice, rich and resonant, wrapped around them like armor, a protective spell against the unknown that awaited them at dawn. "Remember the tale of the wolf and the eagle," he began, his gaze piercing through the flickering light. They leaned in closer, the weight of his words heavy with significance. When the wolf howled at the moon, it was not alone. It was the voice of its pack, a signal to the eagle soaring high above, who watched over them all. Together, they were unstoppable. With each word, the men felt the pulse of their ancestors, a heartbeat echoing through the ages. The story painted vivid images in their minds, images of unity and strength, of standing shoulder to shoulder against insurmountable odds. The wolf was their courage, the eagle their vision, a reminder that each warrior carried within him the spirit of those who had fought before, those whose blood flowed through their veins. But amidst the reverence for heroism, there was a lurking fear, an unspoken terror that clawed at their hearts. They had heard the stories of glory, but they were equally aware of the price that glory demanded. The tales of fallen comrades, of brave souls who had ventured into the chaos of war and never returned, were woven into the very fabric of their existence. Those stories lingered in the air like ghosts, urging them to remember that courage was not the absence of fear, but the will to face it head-on. As the elder spoke of battles won and lost, the warriors felt a growing bond, an unbreakable thread that connected them. They were no longer individuals, but a cohort, a family forged in the fires of shared myth. They understood that in the chaos of war, it was the legends that would guide their swords, the stories that would fill them with purpose. Each man silently vowed to honor those who had come before, to carry the torch of their legacy into the maw of the enemy. The night wore on, and the stories shifted. Now tales of betrayal and darkness crept into the circle. Shadows flickered as the elder spoke of the treachery that lurked in the hearts of men, of how envy and despair could consume even the mightiest warriors. A chill settled over the gathered men, for they knew that camaraderie was a double-edged sword. They had to trust one another, but in the heart of battle, trust could be tested, frayed by the chaos of fear and desperation. Yet through this somber reflection, the fire crackled fiercely, reminding them of their strength. As the flames danced, they were reminded that the bonds forged in the crucible of shared myth were not easily broken. They were a cohort, bound not just by blood, but by the stories that had shaped them, by the legends that had been passed down through generations. The air hummed with the energy of their resolve, a promise that no matter the cost, they would stand together, united against the storm. In the dim light, one warrior stood taller than the rest, his heart pounding with the weight of responsibility. He was not just a soldier. He was a beacon, a living embodiment of the myths that infused them all with courage. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he raised his sword, letting it catch the firelight, casting flickering shadows on the faces of his brothers. We fight not just for ourselves, but for every soul who has ever stood in the face of tyranny. We are the heirs of these stories, and with each swing of our blades, we write our own. A roar erupted from the cohort, a sound primal and raw, shaking the very earth beneath them. In that moment, they were not afraid of what lay ahead. They were warriors, and in the stories they had shared, they found strength beyond measure. The myths that bound them together whispered promises of glory and valor, igniting a fire in their hearts that no enemy could extinguish. As the night deepened, the flickering flames cast long shadows on the ground, but in the hearts of the men, a light burned bright, a beacon to guide them through the dark uncertainties of war. Each man felt the weight of his ancestors' gaze upon him, a silent encouragement to march forward, to embrace the legends that had shaped their lives. They were not just warriors. They were the embodiment of their myths, and together, they would face whatever dawn brought, armed with the knowledge that they were never alone. The first hints of dawn crept across the horizon, a fragile light slowly breaking the night's grip. With it came the realization that the stories they had shared were not just echoes of the past. They were living entities, breathing life into their resolve. As the sun began to rise, illuminating the battlefield that awaited them, the cohort stood ready, their spirits ignited by the myths that had formed them. They were a force of nature, a whirlwind of courage and conviction, ready to write new legends of their own. In the flickering lamplight of a Roman tent, shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of valor and conquest. The air was thick with the scent of oil and sweat, mingled with anticipation. Outside, the Roman legions stood ready, soldiers clad in gleaming armor, their hearts pounding in sync with the steady beat of a distant war drum. But it wasn't just steel and strategy that fueled their courage. It was a narrative spun from the fabric of myth, a tapestry of gods, heroes, and quests that shaped their very identity. The legions looked to their gods, to Mars, the fierce god of war, and to the legacies of legendary figures like Romulus and Remus, the twin brothers who founded their great city. Each soldier carried stories in their hearts, stories that ignited their spirits and bound them to a cause greater than themselves. They believed that the gods walked among them, guiding their hands on the battlefield. When a commander raised his sword, he would often invoke the names of these deities, praying for strength and favor. It was in these moments, under the breath of the gods, that innovation surged through the ranks, breathing life into strategies that would leave an indelible mark on history. The Roman military was a marvel of efficiency and strength, yet it was the myths that inspired the innovations which transformed the legions into a formidable force. As stories of gods and heroes coursed through the minds of generals, they began to see their challenges not merely as battles but as epic quests. The manipulation of light and dark, the use of formations that resembled divine geometries, and the shift from traditional warfare to tactics that emphasized mobility and cunning, all found roots in the tales whispered around evening fires. Take the famous testudo formation, a living embodiment of unity and strength. Soldiers would align themselves shoulder to shoulder, shields raised to create a protective shell, a moving fortress that could advance against any onslaught. This innovation was not just a tactic, it was the manifestation of a mythic ideal, the idea that together they were invincible like the gods themselves. The legions believed they were invulnerable. They were warriors wrapped in the blessings of their deities, moving as one under the watchful gaze of Mars. As the legions marched into battle, their innovations were not simply tools of war but a reflection of their beliefs, rooted in the narratives that shaped their lives. The Roman siege engines, towering and terrifying, were not merely machines of destruction. They were symbols of divine wrath unleashed upon their enemies. Each stone hurled held the weight of a mythic story, a retelling of triumph that echoed in the hearts of the soldiers, urging them to push forward. In the heat of battle, the tension was palpable. A soldier, caught in the chaos, might recall the story of Aeneas, the Trojan hero who faced insurmountable odds only to emerge victorious. Aeneas's journey was fraught with gods meddling in mortal affairs. Yet through it all, he remained steadfast, guided by fate. The soldiers, too, felt guided, not by mere chance, but by the pull of destiny, echoing in their very bones. In those moments, they were not just fighting for land or glory. They were enacting a myth, their swords and shields transforming into extensions of the very legends they revered. Roman generals, attuned to the power of these narratives, began to weave myth into their strategies. They understood that the morale of their troops was bolstered by belief. When they painted their banners, they adorned them with symbols of gods and mythical creatures, instilling a sense of divine purpose in their soldiers. To fight under a standard that bore the image of a god was to carry the strength of that deity into battle. The effectiveness of these innovations often hinged on psychological warfare, a tactic that found its roots in myth. Generals would tell their troops that their enemies were mere mortals, while they were descendants of gods. This belief festered in the minds of the legions, allowing them to face overwhelming odds with a ferocity that would send chills down the spine of any adversary. With each victory, they reclaimed not only land but the narratives that defined them. Stories of bravery, sacrifice, and divine favor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the battlefield, the sounds of clashing swords rang out like the tolling of bells heralding a new chapter in their saga. Each clash was a note in a symphony of valor, each shout of battle a testament to the myths that fueled their spirits. The Romans believed they were part of a cosmic dance, a narrative woven into the very fabric of existence. Their victories were not merely claimed through strength. They were bestowed upon them by the gods, who watched from their celestial thrones. In the aftermath of conflict, as warriors knelt amidst the remnants of the battlefield, they did not mourn only for the lost but celebrated the stories that would be told for generations. Their triumphs would be etched into the annals of history, written not just in the dust of the earth but in the hearts of those who believed. And as the fires of the camp flickered in the twilight, the soldiers shared tales of their exploits, their voices rising in a crescendo of myth, until the very night sky itself seemed to echo the chorus. The influence of myth on Roman military innovations was not just a tool for conquest. It was the lifeblood of an empire that thrived on narrative and belief. Each innovation was a brushstroke on a canvas of legends, a testament to the power of stories that transcended time and space. As the legions prepared for the next battle, they stood not just as soldiers but as mythic heroes embarking on an eternal quest, bound together by the stories that defined them, ready to carve their place in the saga of Rome. And as the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above, the soldiers felt the pulse of history in their veins, a rhythm that called them to greatness and whispered promises of future glory. The night was alive with the breath of legends yet to be written, and each heartbeat was a reminder that their journey was far from over. The tales continued to unfold, just as the next chapter awaited them, shrouded in the mists of uncertainty and the promise of mythic adventure. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the crumbling marble of the Forum, where whispers of ancient gods once echoed off the grand columns. The air was thick with the scent of dust and desperation, mingling with the fading glory of a once great civilization. In this moment, the people of Rome stood on the precipice of change, caught between the weight of tradition and the harsh light of a new reality. Gone were the days when Jupiter's thunderbolts could justify a general's victories on distant battlefields. No longer could a priest's invocation of the gods instill unwavering confidence in the hearts of the Roman citizens. The tales of divine favor that once served as the bedrock of political power were beginning to fray. In these tumultuous times, a new breed of leaders emerged, men like Gaius Julius Caesar and Marcus Tullius Cicero, who sought to elevate reason and rhetoric above the mythic stories of yore. As the sun dipped further, casting an eerie glow over the city, Gaius stood before a crowd that buzzed with anticipation and doubt. He was a man of ambition and charisma, his eyes alight with a fire that promised glory yet felt like a warning. "The gods may smile upon us," he proclaimed, But it is our hands that must shape the future. The crowd shifted uneasily. They were torn between the comfort of the old ways and the excitement of the new. Among them was Claudia, a woman of remarkable intellect, who had once watched with awe as her father honored the gods with sacrifices, believing deeply in their power. Now, she felt the weight of the myths slipping through her fingers like sand. The last sacrifices of her childhood felt hollow in the light of the new rhetoric, and she found herself longing for a connection to something greater, something tangible in this chaotic world. She listened intently as Gaius spoke, his words igniting a spark of hope tempered by fear. What if they could carve a future without the crutch of divine justification? What if they could rely on themselves, on each other? Yet, the shadows of doubt loomed large, and the old priests, draped in their flowing garments, were not ready to surrender their authority. They stood at the edge of the crowd, eyes narrowed, murmuring prophecies of doom. Without the gods, chaos reigns. They warned, voices quaking with a mix of anger and fear. They spoke of omens and portents, of the wrath that would surely fall upon a city that turned its back on its divine protectors. Claudia felt a chill run down her spine as she recalled the stories of Rome's founding. Her ancestors driven by the will of Mars, their fates intertwined with the divine. As the days passed, the tension in the city escalated. The Senate, once a bastion of tradition, found itself divided. Cicero, with his sharp mind and eloquent tongue, emerged as a beacon for reason. It is not the gods who shape our destiny, but our decisions, our laws, he argued passionately, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 debates. He urged the senators to embrace a world governed by logic rather than superstition, to forge a new path that did not rely on the whims of fate. His words were like fire, igniting fervor in some, while others clung to the old stories, terrified of the consequences of forsaking their gods. Night fell and the city transformed. The flickering torches cast ghostly figures across ancient stones, and the air was thick with a mix of excitement and dread. Claudia, unable to sleep, wandered through the dimly lit streets. She passed temples adorned with offerings, now fading and neglected, standing as a testament to a belief that was crumbling beneath the weight of reality. She could hear the echoes of prayers once fervently uttered, now replaced with the harsh whispers of doubt. In the heart of the forum, Gaius and Cicero faced off against the last of the old guard, who stood defiantly in the shadows. "What is Rome without its gods?" one of the priests shouted, his voice cracking with desperation. "What is a soldier without divine favor?" The crowd gasped, caught between the seductive lure of progress and the familiar comfort of tradition. Gaius stepped forward, his presence magnetic. "We are not surrendering our souls. We are awakening to our own power," he declared, the tension palpable. The debate raged on, voices rising and falling like the tide. Claudia stood at the edge, feeling the pull of both sides, torn between the fear of the unknown and the thrill of possibility. As dawn approached, the first light broke over the horizon, illuminating the faces of the people, some resolute, others fearful. With each passing moment, the old myths wore thinner, their hold on the populace weakening. Yet, just as it seemed that reason would conquer all, the ground trembled beneath their feet. A sudden earthquake, fierce and unrelenting, shook the city, sending a wave of panic through the crowd. The priests seized the moment, shouting prayers to the heavens, invoking the names of gods long revered. Claudia felt her heart race as the earth quaked. Was this a sign, a warning from the deities they were so quick to dismiss? Or was it merely nature's fury, indifferent to their struggles? The crowd divided, some crying out for the gods, others holding steadfast to their newfound beliefs. Fear erupted like wildfire, igniting old prejudices and casting doubt on the fragile hopes of a society on the brink of transformation. In that moment, under the trembling sky, the fabric of Rome hung precariously, in the throes of a battle not just between men, but between the past and a future that remained uncertain. The gods may have grown distant, but their shadows lingered, creeping into the hearts of those who dared to imagine a new world. And in the silent pause that followed the quake, the very essence of belief was challenged, revealing the raw and tender humanity that lay beneath the weight of myth. The clang of swords echoed through the air, mingling with the shouts of warriors and the cries of the wounded. A soldier, his face smeared with dirt and blood, stood amidst the chaos, gripping his weapon tightly. Around him, the battlefield was a horrid tapestry of valor and despair, where myths of glory collided with the brutal reality of death. This was not a tale spun by poets nor a fable told by firelight. It was the raw essence of man's most primal nature, the transition from the realm of dreams into the jagged edges of existence. For centuries, warriors had been depicted as larger-than-life heroes, adorned in shining armor, wielding enchanted swords, and blessed by deities. Battles were painted in broad strokes of fantasy. The heroes triumphed, and the gods intervened. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground, the truth of warfare began to unfold, revealing that heroism often wore the grim face of survival rather than the radiant visage of myth. The shift was palpable, creeping in like the chill of dawn. The great epics of ancient warriors, Hector, Achilles, and King Arthur, began to fade, their tales replaced by the stark reality faced in the mud and blood of the battlefield. Historical texts, formerly filled with the grandeur of heroism, began to recount the physical and emotional toll of war, detailing the heavy burdens of fear and loss carried by soldiers. The once vibrant images of glory morphed into portraits of a different kind, one that captured the trembling hands of a soldier writing a final letter home, his heart heavy with the weight of unfulfilled dreams. As the Renaissance dawned, artists and writers began to challenge the old narratives, pushing back against the glorified depictions of warfare. They uncovered the truth of the human experience. In the writings of Machiavelli, one could sense the cold, unvarnished perspective that stripped away the nobility of conflict, laying bare the rampant bloodshed that warfare wrought. No longer were battles fought for honor alone. They were about survival, territory, and the grim strategies of power. His words echoed with a chilling honesty, revealing that might often eclipsed right. The rise of realism in warfare signaled a profound transformation, not just in literature and art, but in the very fabric of society. As the world moved towards the age of reason, the glorified notions of combat started to crumble, revealing the stark truth of those who fought. Soldiers were not mere pawns in a divine game. They were men and women with hopes, fears, and loved ones waiting for their return. The tales of bravery and heroism now intertwined with the sobering reality of their choices and sacrifices. In the thick of the 30 Years' War, a soldier named Johann stood in the midst of a swirling storm of chaos. He clutched a letter from his beloved Anna, whose delicate handwriting dripped with love and longing. With each clash of weapons, he imagined her face, the way her smile lit up the darkest corners of his mind. The vision of her drew him back from the brink, even amidst the smoke and despair. Yet, as he fought fiercely, the harsh reality clawed at his heart, a realization that each swing of his sword could carve away not just enemies, but also the very fabric of his own soul. Around Johann, the battlefield was not just a place of conflict. It was a graveyard of dreams. The cries of fallen comrades resonated with the pain of families torn apart. Each life lost was a story never to be told, a laughter silenced forever. The transition from myth to history was etched in the faces of those who mourned. The mothers, the fathers, the children, each waiting anxiously for the return of their loved ones, only to find empty spaces where warmth once dwelled. Meanwhile, the Enlightenment brewed a storm of ideas that would further shatter the romanticism of warfare. The philosophy of reason took hold, urging leaders and thinkers to look past the glittering facade of conquest and consider the ramifications of their actions. The writings of Voltaire and Rousseau sparked a wildfire of thought, challenging the very foundations of traditional values. The essence of warfare shifted from the glory of victory to the heavy burden of responsibility. The questions loomed large. Who truly benefits from war? And at what cost? The heart-pounding tension of this transition echoed across the ages. As the world watched empires rise and fall, the reality of conflict became inescapable. The horrors of the battlefield seeped into the collective consciousness, painting stark images of human suffering that could no longer be ignored. Soldiers like Johann were no longer just warriors. They became symbols of a greater truth, living reminders of the chaos that war inflicts on humanity. The culmination of this transformation unfolded on the fields of the American Civil War, where the echoes of gunfire told tales of brother against brother, each man entangled in a fight that reached far beyond the battlefield. As the smoke settled on Gettysburg, haunting visions of fallen soldiers, faces twisted in pain and fear, replaced the chants of glory that once filled the air. The ideals of freedom and unity were torn apart, leaving a raw wound in the soul of a nation. In the aftermath, the narrative of warfare continued to evolve. Writers and artists began to capture the complex emotions of loss, survivors' guilt, and the haunting memories that refused to fade. The romanticized visions of heroism were laid bare, revealing the true cost of war and the scars left on those who fought. What had once been a glorious spectacle morphed into a raw and emotional experience, one that challenged the very essence of human nature. As history marched forward, every new conflict was a story waiting to be told. The horrors of World War I and World War II further illustrated the darkness within humanity, where the line between good and evil blurred. The struggle of soldiers in the trenches, amidst the mud and despair, echoed the sentiments of those who had come before them. And as they fought, they carried the weight of history on their shoulders, caught in the relentless cycle of conflict and consequence. The transition from myth to history was not just a transformation of narratives. It was a journey into the very heart of humanity, filled with pain, love, and sacrifice. As the echoes of the past lingered, the lessons learned beckoned for reflection, urging future generations to remember that amidst the chaos, it was the human spirit, fragile yet resilient, that endured. The clash of swords fills the air, a cacophony of steel that sends shivers down the spine. The battlefield stretches endlessly, littered with the fallen, each one a story left untold. In this world, the Romans, with their armor gleaming under the sun, march forward, faces set with determination, eyes glinting with the fire of conquest. This was not just a fight for land. It was a battle for identity, a struggle to etch their legacy into the annals of history, where every stroke of artistry and every word of poetry would one day immortalize their endeavors. Roman art and literature intertwine like vines on ancient stone, each piece breathing life into the tales of valor and myth that shaped their civilization. The walls of temples and the pages of scrolls capture moments of glory, sacrifice, and the divine. In the grand frescoes of Pompeii, soldiers are immortalized in the throes of battle, muscles taut, faces contorted with the fierce drive of survival. These vivid images, still vibrant after centuries, create a visceral connection with the viewer, stirring the heart like a drumbeat echoing through time. In the halls of Rome, poets recited verses that danced on the lips of citizens, weaving tales of gods and heroes amidst the stark realities of war. Virgil's Aeneid springs forth from the depths of history, an epic that entwines the fates of mortals and immortals. The journey of Aeneas is not just a voyage. It's a metaphor for the struggles of the Roman soul, seeking to build a new home while wrestling with the ghosts of the past. His encounters with gods like Juno and Venus remind the reader that war is never merely a human affair. Divine forces swirl around every decision, every moment of weakness or strength. In the great arenas, gladiators come to life in the narrative spun by those who watched their fights with bated breath. The Colosseum, a marvel of architecture, stands as a testament to the might of Rome, but also to the complexity of its people. These combatants, often slaves or prisoners of war, are transformed into icons of bravery through the words of poets. The valor they display is celebrated, even as the moral weight of their existence hangs heavy in the air. What emotions stir within a Roman citizen watching a man fight for his life, his blood spilling onto the sand while the crowd roars for more. The thrill of the spectacle is matched only by the haunting awareness of the cost. As one reads the inscriptions on ancient monuments, it becomes clear that the Romans sought to glorify their achievements. The Trajan's column tells a story of war and triumph, spiraling upwards with intricate reliefs that depict the Dacian wars. Each figure carved into its surface pulses with life, Soldiers push forward, their faces a mix of resolve and fear, while the enemy falls back under the weight of Roman might. The artistry here is not just decorative. It's a celebration of military prowess, a method of embedding the narrative of victory into the very stone of Rome. Yet, amid these grand depictions of heroism, there reside quieter moments, where the fragility of human life is laid bare. The poet Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, takes readers through transformations that echo the inner turmoil of war. He evokes empathy for those turned into stone or trees, not just as punishment, but as a reflection of loss and longing. These myths, born from the ashes of strife, remind all who hear them that war does not only forge heroes. It also transforms the very essence of humanity, entwining fate and emotion in a complex tapestry. The Roman pantheon, with its multitude of gods and goddesses, mirrors the chaos of human conflict. Mars, the god of war, is not just a figure of brute strength. He embodies the duality of war, the glory and the loss. The artists and writers of Rome captured this essence with finesse, portraying him in mosaics and literary works as both a formidable warrior and a capricious deity, one whose favor could turn the tide of battle. The viewer's heart races at the sight of his fierce countenance, a reminder that the line between victory and defeat is often drawn by the whims of the divine. In the quiet corners of libraries, the works of historians like Tacitus and Livy echo with the weight of truth. Tacitus, in his writings, scrutinizes not only the events of war but the very character of his people. His pen wields a power that cuts deeper than any sword, revealing the moral dilemmas of conquest and the toll it takes on the spirit. Readers are left to grapple with the questions he poses. What becomes of a society that thrives on war? What does it mean to be Roman in the face of such relentless ambition? These reflections linger long after the words have been spoken, embedding themselves in the minds of those who dare to ponder. The narratives of war extend beyond the physical battles. They delve into the psyche of a civilization. The striking images on pottery and coins encapsulate this turmoil. A soldier's hand gripping a spear, a mother weeping for her son lost in battle, an emperor donning a laurel crown amid the ruins of his enemies. Each artifact holds a heartbeat, a story yearning to break free, to resonate with the pulse of humanity across millennia. As the sun sets over the Roman landscape, casting long shadows on the remnants of triumph and tragedy, the legacy of art and literature remains. It tells of warriors who fought fiercely, of poets who bared their souls, and of a civilization that dared to dream. The echoes of their voices linger in the air, a haunting reminder that within every tale of war lies the profound beauty of myth, and within every myth, the very essence of what it means to be human. In this blend of tales, emotions rise and fall like the tide, leaving an indelible mark on the heart of anyone willing to listen. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the ancient Roman battlefield, where the air crackled with anticipation and the scent of blood and sweat lingered like a haunting memory. Soldiers, clad in gleaming armor and gripping their weapons tightly, filled their hearts with the fervor of Mars, the god of war, as they prepared to clash. Yet, in the shadows, a subtle transformation was brewing. A new faith was rising, and with it, a challenge to the very foundations of their beliefs and their way of life. As legions marched forth, their chants echoing off the stone walls of Rome, the whispers of Christianity began to weave through the ranks. The stories of Jesus, the man who preached love and forgiveness, pierced the hearts of some soldiers like a bolt of lightning. The notion that a single god could overshadow the pantheon of deities who had guided them through countless battles was both terrifying and intoxicating. Could this new faith truly offer something that the gods of old could not? The idea stirred unrest, questioning the very fabric of Roman identity. In the heat of battle, the clash of swords rang out, reverberating with the cries of warriors. But somewhere within the chaos, the seeds of change had been sown. Soldiers prayed not just to Mars, but to a god who promised salvation, a god who turned the other cheek. Each time a soldier fell, the ripple of doubt spread further. If the mighty gods were watching, why did they allow such bloodshed? With every shout of "For Rome," a flicker of something greater beckoned to the hearts of men, something more powerful than the might of armies. As Christianity gained traction, the symbols of faith began to infiltrate the very heart of warfare. The Chi-Rho, a monogram of Christ, started appearing on shields, transforming them from instruments of violence into emblems of divine protection. Some soldiers began to believe that their victories were not just due to their skill, but to the will of a higher power. Could it be that God favored them, guiding their swords and steadying their hands as they struck down their foes? This fervent belief ignited a new kind of zeal, one that combined the brutality of war with the hope of redemption. The transformation was not without its struggle. Traditionalists fought against this new wave with the ferocity of lions defending their territory. The temples that once echoed with the praises of Jupiter and Venus now stood in defiance, challenged by the growing influence of Christian doctrine. As the old gods were slowly pushed into the shadows, their followers felt as if a part of their very soul was being stripped away. The tension crackled in the air like the charge before a storm, a clash of ideologies that mirrored the battles fought on the fields. Amidst this tumult, the figure of Constantine emerged, a beacon of unity in a fractured empire. His vision of a Christianized Rome promised strength and stability, but it came at a price. The edicts he issued transformed the landscape, not just of politics, but of warfare itself. The legions that once prided themselves on their devotion to the old gods now marched under the banner of the cross, their battle cries infused with a new mission. The narrative of warfare shifted. It was no longer just about conquest, but about delivering divine will. The stakes had never been higher. The battlefield became a canvas painted with both blood and hope. As soldiers fell, they were no longer just bodies in a fight for territory. They were souls in a struggle for salvation. Stories of martyrs began to surface, tales of bravery not just in the face of death, but in the willingness to die for one's faith. It was a haunting transformation, where the act of dying for Christ became more glorious than any victory on the field. As the cross replaced the laurel wreath, warriors started to fight with a conviction that transcended earthly ties. And then the ultimate clash came. The Battle of the Milvian Bridge was not just a test of strength between rival armies. It was a cosmic confrontation between two worlds. As Constantine gazed upon the horizon, he saw not just a bridge, but the very fate of an empire hanging in the balance. The night before the battle, he experienced a vision that would change history. A cross emblazoned with the words, "In this sign, conquer." The fire of faith surged through him, igniting a conviction that would lead him to victory and reshape the very nature of warfare. As swords clashed and shields collided, the soldiers felt the weight of their choices. With every enemy they felled, they whispered prayers, seeking favor from a God who promised life eternal. The cries of the wounded echoed like a haunting hymn, a reminder that with every victory came sacrifice. The battlefield transformed into a sacred ground, where bloodshed served a higher purpose, and the clash of metal was merely a prelude to the greater battle for souls. In the aftermath of the battle, as the dust settled and silence crept in, the realization began to dawn. Warfare in Rome was no longer just about power and glory. It was intertwined with faith and belief. The Christianization of Roman myth had irrevocably altered the landscape of conflict, merging the earthly with the divine. The gods of the old world faded, replaced by the hope of a singular God who promised more than just victory. He promised eternal life. As the victors raised their arms in triumph, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating a new era. With every step they took away from the battlefield, they carried with them the weight of their choices, the burden of belief. The air was thick with the mix of triumph and sorrow, a bittersweet reminder that war had changed. The stories of those who fought would echo through the ages, blending the legacy of the battlefield with the promise of salvation. In this new world, the warriors of Rome would march forth, not just as soldiers, but as bearers of faith, forever reshaped by the intertwining of myth and belief. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over an ancient battlefield, where the echoes of swords clashing and shields splintering still whispered through time. A lone figure stood, draped in a tattered cloak, eyes shimmering with the memories of Roman legions, their courage and valor woven into the very fabric of history. This man was not a soldier. He was a storyteller, a keeper of legends that had traveled far beyond the banks of the Tiber River, across mountains and seas, igniting imaginations in every corner of the world. In the small taverns of the Middle Ages, candlelight flickered as patrons leaned closer, mesmerized by tales of the fearless Roman soldiers who had once marched in unison, their armor gleaming like stars in the night sky. They spoke of Julius Caesar, the man who crossed the Rubicon, defying fate and destiny with a single, daring step. The room held its breath, and for a moment, the weight of history bore down on every listener, the thrill of Roman triumph coursing through their veins, just as it had for centuries. These stories, rich with glory and heroism, transcended time, morphing into myths that would shape the hearts of future generations. Outside, the world turned on. The Renaissance awoke a thirst for knowledge, where the grandiose tales of Roman conquests swirled through the minds of scholars and artists alike. Michelangelo, standing before his masterpiece, felt the pulse of ancient Rome, the very essence of its military might coursing through his brush strokes. The great murals adorned churches and palaces, not just as decorations, but as powerful reminders of strength and endurance. Each figure depicted was an echo of a soldier, a reminder of what humanity could achieve, and the myths of Rome took on new life, influencing art, literature, and the very spirit of Europe. But it was not confined to the artist's canvas. Across the ocean, a new nation was being forged, one inspired by those very legends. The Founding Fathers, inspired by the tales of Roman resilience and virtue, sought to craft a republic that would stand the test of time. They revered Cicero's words, feeling the weight of the Senate's power, envisioning their own governance in the image of ancient Rome. The echoes of Roman military discipline and democracy fashioned a new world, a legacy that would stretch far beyond its creators, infusing ideals of liberty and justice into the heart of a burgeoning nation. As the years unfurled, the power of these myths seeped into the very essence of popular culture, an unquenchable thirst for tales of valor and sacrifice. The Roman Empire, once a colossal entity sprawling across continents, now existed in the minds of those captivated by the stories. The screen flickered to life, showing legions marching under banners, their chants reverberating through darkened theaters. The common man found himself transported, living vicariously through the heroes who had once walked the earth. Maximus Aurelius riding into battle, defying tyranny with every swing of his sword, embodying the essence of every soldier who had ever fought for a cause greater than themselves. Even in the distant lands of the East, the whispers of Roman military myths found fertile ground. Samurai warriors in Japan, drawn to the ideals of honor and loyalty, found parallels in the tales of Roman legions. They respected the spirit of the soldier, enchanted by the idea of fighting not just for land but for a cause, a mythos that transcended their own culture. The tales of Roman bravery inspired them to forge their path of honor, melding the essence of two worlds into one formidable warrior ethos. But in quieter moments, the shadows of those myths began to twist and turn. With each retelling, the grandeur of the Roman military began to morph into something more. The stories, while exhilarating, became imbued with a sense of foreboding. Every hero carried the weight of his legend, and the specter of hubris loomed large, a warning whispered through the ages. The same valor that had once brought glory could also lead to ruin. As the tides of power shifted, the cautionary tales of Rome's fall became intertwined with the stories of its rise, reminding the world that every empire has its price. In the throes of the Industrial Revolution, as machines roared to life and cities swelled with ambition, the myths of Roman power were revisited anew. Heroes emerged in the guise of men and women who labored long hours for a better future. The Roman ideals of discipline and hard work found resonance in factory floors, where individuals toiled with the faith that their efforts would build a legacy for generations to come. But the shadows of greed and ambition also crept in, as the stories of conquest were now mirrored in the struggles of the working class. The moral lessons of Rome echoed in the hearts of those seeking justice, igniting movements that would challenge the very foundations of society. As the 20th century dawned, the reverberations of Roman military myths echoed through wars that shook the globe. Soldiers from all walks of life, donning uniforms that bore no resemblance to the armor of old, marched under flags that fluttered in defiance. With every battle cry, the stories of Roman legions surged through their hearts, urging them to fight for freedom, for family, for the ideals they held dear. The past intertwined with the present, and the weight of history became a mantle that soldiers wore with pride, as they sought to carve their legacy into the annals of time. But with each march forward, the ancient memories flickered, warning of the cycles of rise and fall, of glory and despair. The lessons of Rome resonated in the hearts of leaders and citizens alike, a reminder that the paths of ambition are often fraught with peril. And as the world watched, the myths of a once mighty empire continued to breathe life into the aspirations and fears of countless souls, entwining them in a tapestry woven through the very essence of humanity. In the distance, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the remnants of ancient ruins, a reminder that while the legacies of the Roman military myths may have transformed, their echoes would persist, guiding and haunting generations to come. The stories continued to unfold, a dance of shadows and light, leaving a lingering question in the air. What tales would be told next, and how would they shape the world? Under the heavy skies of an ancient world, where bronze and iron clashed with the fervor of ambition, the Roman Empire spread like wildfire. It was not just the strength of its legions that carved out vast territories, but something far more enigmatic and compelling, the power of myth. As soldiers marched under the banners of eagles, their hearts surged with tales spun from the very fabric of the cosmos, tales that whispered promises of glory and divine favor. In the bustling heart of Rome, where marble statues glistened under the sun, the citizens gathered to hear the legends of their ancestors. Stories of Aeneas, the Trojan hero destined to found the Roman race, were recited in hushed tones. Children listened wide-eyed as their grandparents spoke of the valiant Romulus, who, with strength and cunning, forged the eternal city. These characters were not mere figures of the past. They were the lifeblood of Roman identity, breathing purpose into the hearts of those who aspired to greatness. With every tale, the echoes of the past ignited the imaginations of the present, binding the people together in a tapestry of shared belief. As the empire extended its reach, each new territory was not just a piece of land to conquer, but a canvas where the Roman narrative painted itself. Soldiers carried these myths into battle, their minds aflame with the knowledge that they were descendants of heroes. In the chaos of war, when the clash of swords rang in their ears, the stories of divine protection and ancestral valor coursed through their veins like fire, urging them forward. They fought not just for land, but for the legacy of their forebears, to ensure that the glory of Rome would never fade. The gods, they believed, were on their side, watching over them, lending their strength to every thrust of a spear, every charge of cavalry. In Gaul, as the legions advanced, the landscape bristled with tension. The native tribes, fierce and proud, were confronted not only by the might of Roman arms but also by the narratives that followed the invaders. Roman envoys, with their ornate togas and persuasive tongues, spun tales of the empire's unparalleled power and divine favor. They spoke of Jupiter, the king of the gods, whose lightning could strike down their enemies, and whose blessings would shower prosperity upon those who embraced Roman ways. Slowly, the seeds of doubt were planted in the hearts of the Gauls. Could their own gods stand against the might of a pantheon that had already conquered so much? In the depths of the Colosseum, the roar of the crowd resonated like the heartbeat of the city itself. Gladiators, trapped in a cycle of life and death, understood that their fates were intertwined with the myths that Roman citizens held dear. Each fight was not merely a contest of skill, but a reaffirmation of the values that defined the empire. Victors were seen as vessels of divine favor, as men whom the gods had chosen to represent the strength and valor of Rome. Blood spilled not just for survival, but also for the glory of the narrative that enveloped the empire. Meanwhile, at the temples that dotted the landscape, the priests performed sacred rites, offering sacrifices to appease the deities who had, for centuries, guided Rome's fortunes. They knew that every prayer uttered was a thread in the grand tapestry of Roman supremacy. Myth breathed life into their rituals, It was not mere superstition but a pact with the divine. The Romans believed that the favor of the gods was a fickle thing, and they had to nurture it with devotion and belief. Failure to honor the myths could lead to dire consequences. A decline in fortune, a loss in battle, or a plague that could sweep through their cities. So, they clung tightly to their beliefs, allowing the stories of gods and heroes to shape their destinies. As the empire grew, so did the complexity of its myths. The incorporation of new cultures into the Roman fold led to a fascinating blend of traditions and beliefs. In Egypt, the allure of Isis and Osiris was woven into the fabric of Roman life, while in the provinces of Britannia, tales of ancient stone circles echoed through the hills. Yet, amid the rich diversity, the core Roman myths remained steadfast. They provided a sense of unity, a common thread that linked citizens from the bustling streets of Rome to the farthest outposts of the empire. The legends of Rome were not just tools of conquest. They were also instruments of governance. Emperors understood that to maintain control over a vast and diverse population, they needed to harness the power of myth. Augustus, the first emperor, skillfully manipulated the narratives of divine ancestry, proclaiming that he was the son of a god. This not only elevated his status but also instilled a sense of loyalty among the people, who believed they were governed by someone who had the favor of the divine. Each proclamation, each coin minted, carried the weight of these stories, reinforcing the belief in an emperor who was more than a mortal. He was a living embodiment of Rome's glory. In the twilight of the empire, as shadows began to creep into the corners of its vast territories, the ancient myths still held power. Even as the legions faced overwhelming odds and the fabric of Rome began to fray, there remained a flicker of hope. The stories of old persisted, whispered in the dark corners of taverns and shaded forums, as the citizens clung to the belief that Rome was destined for greatness. The tales of heroes, gods, and ancestors became a balm for their anxiety, a lifeline in turbulent times. The myths of Rome, powerful and enduring, continued to echo down the corridors of time, even as the world around them transformed. The legacies of Aeneas and Romulus lived on in the hearts of those who sought to remember, to resurrect a past that had shaped their identities. Each story, a heartbeat in the ongoing saga of an empire, lingered like a haunting melody, a reminder of the power of belief and the role of myth in the intricate dance of history. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient streets of Rome. A sense of tension crackled through the air like the distant rumble of a gathering storm. It was a time when the Eternal City faced threats from every direction, and yet, there was something undeniably magnetic about her spirit, a resilience that seemed to pulse through the very stones of the Forum. As the drums of war echoed in the distance, soldiers clad in glinting armor prepared themselves for the battles ahead. Each man had a story, a family, a life waiting for him beyond the walls of this resilient city. Yet here they stood, hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. They were brothers bound by loyalty and the unyielding hope that Rome would not only survive but thrive against all odds. In the heart of this turmoil, the Senate convened under the grand arches of the Curia. Senators, men of wisdom and experience, exchanged heated words. They understood the gravity of the situation. They could almost taste the bitterness of defeat, a flavor they were unwilling to accept. With every decision made, the weight of 1,000 lives hung in the balance. The flickering torches illuminated faces lined with worry, yet behind those furrowed brows glowed a flicker of defiance. The spirit of Rome would not be extinguished easily. Outside the Senate, a woman wept silently. Claudia, a mother whose son had gone off to war, clutched a tattered piece of cloth, his tunic. The smell of sweat and soil clung to her hands as she gripped it tightly. Each thread was a reminder of his laughter, of the day he bound her heart with his promise to return. As she glanced at the towering walls of the city, she felt a surge of strength. Rome had endured the might of enemies before. Her son would fight with the same relentless resolve that had forged this land into a symbol of unity and power. The clash of swords punctured the stillness like thunder. On the battlefield, Roman soldiers, emboldened by the tales of their forefathers, faced the enemy with a fierce determination. the legendary legions, trained from a young age to embody the spirit of Rome, shouted their war cries, their voices rising in a cacophony that drowned out fear. They fought not just for territory but for the very soul of their city. Each swing of their swords was a hymn of defiance against the chaos that threatened to engulf them. Meanwhile, within the walls, the people of Rome rallied. Merchants, artisans, and even children joined hands to support the war efforts. Food was rationed, and every grain was treated like gold. The aroma of fresh-baked bread mingled with the scent of oil lamps, casting a glow of hope amid despair. They painted banners and crafted weapons, reminding one another of their shared purpose. United, they became a fierce fortress, embodying the essence of resilience that had defined Rome for centuries. A celebrated general, Marcus, stood tall on the battlefield, his eyes scanning the horizon where the enemy amassed. He was no stranger to conflict, having fought in many wars. Yet this battle felt different. It was not just land they sought. It was the heart of Rome itself. As the clash intensified, he felt the weight of history pressing down on him. Lives were at stake, memories were woven into each strike, and the myth of the eternal city hung in the balance. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the ranks of soldiers. It was not just the thrill of battle, but a battle cry that surged through the air, igniting the spirit of the legion. They charged, a wave of iron and fury, crashing against the enemy lines. The dust spiraled into the air, obscuring the vision of friends and foes alike. In that moment, there was no room for doubt. They were more than soldiers. They were the embodiment of an idea, a promise that Rome would endure, no matter the cost. Amid the chaos, a figure darted through the fray, an enemy scout, looking to sow discord. But before he could alert his comrades, Aurelia, a fierce warrior with a heart as unyielding as the walls surrounding her city, intercepted him. Their eyes locked for a brief moment, and within that exchange, 1,000 stories were told. Families, dreams, aspirations. But in the next heartbeat, it was a matter of survival. Aurelia's blade struck true, a flash of steel carving a path through the shadows. As she stood over him, the air thick with the scent of earth and blood, she felt the weight of her choices, the echoes of her ancestors urging her on. With every loss came a spark of defiance that ignited the spirit of Rome. It was a cycle that repeated through the ages, a transformation through trials. The night sky above darkened, but within the hearts of the people, flames of resilience burned brighter than ever. Stories of past victories whispered through the streets, a reminder that the city had risen from ashes before. The ghosts of those who had fought and fallen seemed to rally behind them, their spirits entwined in a tapestry of courage. And just as dawn began to break, casting golden light over the battlefield, a sudden realization washed over the soldiers. This was not merely a fight for survival. It was a manifestation of their identity. Each clash, each cry, each drop of sweat solidified their legacy. They were not just fighting for a city. They were fighting for a dream that had outlasted empires and generations. As the horizon warmed with the promise of a new day, the battle raged on, echoing the eternal struggle of humanity itself. A struggle filled with heartache, courage, and the indomitable will to persevere. The myth of the eternal city was not merely a tale. It was alive, breathing, and evolving with every heartbeat of its people. The echoes of resilience would reverberate through the ages, an unending saga woven into the very fabric of Rome. It was a reminder that even amidst the fiercest storms, hope flickered like a candle's flame, steadfast and unwavering. And so, beneath the gaze of the gods and the weight of history, the battle continued, marking the pages of time with stories yet untold. Each moment brought forth the realization that the spirit of Rome could never be subdued, for it was eternally entwined with the hearts of those who dared to dream, to fight, and to believe that they were part of something greater. With every blow, every shout, every sacrifice, the myth became reality, echoing across the ages. In the shadow of the crumbling Colosseum, where echoes of gladiators still reverberated through the ancient stones, a new tale began to rise from the ashes of Rome. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the sprawling ruins. It was here, in the fading light, that the successor states, those fledgling kingdoms born from the fragments of a once mighty empire, began to craft their own legends, weaving myths that would carry their ambitions forward. As the last echoes of Roman authority faded, groups like the Visigoths, Ostrogoths, and Franks stood at the precipice of history, their hearts filled with the weight of what was lost and the promise of what could be. Among these tribes, stories were their lifeblood, nourishing their aspirations and shaping their identities. The very act of telling tales became a powerful tool in their hands, as they sought to legitimize their rule over the lands once governed by emperors. They crafted the narratives of their ancestors, embellishing them with grandeur, turning warriors into demigods and ordinary battles into epic sagas. The Visigoths, for instance, looked back to heroes like Alaric, who famously sacked Rome itself. In the fires of that chaos, they found a symbol, a figure who represented not just strength, but a divine mandate to reclaim the glory they believed was their birthright. The legend of Alaric grew, morphing him into something larger than life. A king chosen by the gods, a man who dared to challenge the very foundations of Roman civilization. Each retelling of his tale was like a spark, igniting the imaginations of his people, urging them to strive for greatness in a world that seemed chaotic and uncertain. Meanwhile, further north, in what would one day be France, the Franks were busy crafting their own narrative with figures like Clovis. He was a king who converted to Christianity, a monumental shift that reshaped the region's future. The stories told of Clovis painted him as a man of divine favor, chosen to unite the fractious tribes under one banner. The myth didn't just serve to elevate Clovis. It was a way to legitimize the burgeoning Frankish kingdom and its newfound faith. In taverns and longhouses, men gathered around flickering fires, eyes wide as they listened to the tales of miraculous victories and divine interventions. Each story fortified their resolve, turning the common man into part of a grand narrative where they were not merely subjects, but participants in a divine plan. But it wasn't just the leaders who were swept up in these tales. The common people found a sense of belonging and purpose as well. In the shadows of crumbling temples and overgrown ruins, they spoke of their ancestors, of battles fought and lands won. Every whispered story was a means of survival, a way to connect with a past that seemed to shimmer with glory. The legacy of Rome might have been fading, but within these new myths, there was a promise, a chance for something new to rise from the old. Yet, these myths weren't merely stories spun to pass the time. They were political instruments, wielded with precision by leaders who understood the power of belief. The Ostrogoths, under Theodoric, blended their own lore with Roman traditions, presenting themselves as the rightful heirs to the empire's legacy. They built palaces adorned with frescoes that told of their noble lineage, their victories intertwined with the glory of Rome. In doing so, they created a dual narrative, one that honored the past while simultaneously asserting their place in the present. To the people, this wasn't just a political move. It was an awakening, a revival of identity in the wake of chaos. In the heart of these new kingdoms, the churches became vital players in the storytelling game. As Christianity spread, it intermingled with the myths of the tribes, creating a rich tapestry of faith and heroism. Saints emerged as new figures of admiration, their lives often echoing the epic tales of the heroes of yore. St. George slaying a dragon became a tale as gripping as any battle fought by a king. These stories of virtue and valor provided a moral compass, guiding the people through a world that often felt dark and uncertain. Gathered in candlelit chapels, the faithful found hope in these narratives, a reminder that good could triumph over evil, and that their own lives were part of a larger, unfolding story. The tension was palpable as these myths collided with the remnants of Roman authority. There was a struggle for legitimacy, a tug-of-war between the old ways and the new. The remnants of Rome, represented by scholars and noble families, fought to preserve the classical traditions, arguing that the greatness of the past must not be forgotten. They cloaked themselves in the language of the ancients, invoking the glory of the Republic and the empire that had once ruled the known world. Yet they faced a formidable challenge. The new myths, charged with emotion and a deep sense of belonging, resonated deeply with the people. They provided a sense of agency and identity that the fading Roman ideals could not match. And so, in this crucible of change, something extraordinary happened. The myths began to evolve, blending the old with the new in ways that were breathtaking. As generations passed, the stories of gods and heroes became interwoven with the tales of historic leaders, creating a unique narrative tapestry that was both familiar and entirely new. How thrilling it must have been for those who lived in those times, to feel the weight of history pressing down upon them while simultaneously watching their own stories unfold, shaping the future of the land they cherished. With each telling, the tales grew richer, capturing the imagination of the young and old alike. They became a source of unity, binding disparate tribes and clans together in a shared narrative that transcended individual disputes. As dusk fell and the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, the fires flickered, the shadows danced, and the lines between history and myth blurred, creating a vibrant world where anything seemed possible. In that moment, beneath the same sky that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the successor states of the post-Roman world stepped boldly into their own legacy. And as the stories spiraled into a tapestry of dreams and aspirations, the ground began to tremble once more, hinting at the incredible transformations that were yet to unfold, awaiting the next myth to be born. In the flickering light of 1,000 torches, the city of Rome pulsed with life, its streets alive with the whispers of gods and the echoes of legendary heroes. Here, the air was thick with tales of valor and tragedy, woven into the very fabric of its society. As dusk settled over the majestic forum, statues of once mighty emperors seemed to lean in, their stone faces forever etched in grim contemplation. The Romans understood the weight of their myths. They were not mere stories, but a lifeline connecting the past to the present, shaping identities and destinies. Across the Mediterranean, in the sun-baked sands of Egypt, the pharaohs ruled not just with power, but with divine right, their reign steeped in myths that stretched back thousands of years. The stories of Osiris, Isis, and Horus were not just for the telling. They were the very essence of existence, explaining the cycles of life and death, the flooding of the Nile, the rise and fall of empires. The Egyptians crafted their world with these tales, wrapping their lives in the grandeur of their gods, each myth a thread in the vast tapestry of their civilization. Meanwhile, in the heart of Mesopotamia, the Babylonians and Sumerians spoke of their own pantheon. The Epic of Gilgamesh, a tale of friendship, loss, and the quest for immortality, resonated with the people, reminding them of their humanity against the backdrop of the vast, uncaring universe. Their myths were etched in clay tablets, enduring stories in a world that often felt fleeting, a reminder that even the greatest rulers could succumb to the sands of time. In stark contrast, the Greeks, with their polytheistic beliefs, danced in the chaos of their myths. Each god, from Zeus to Athena, embodied wild passions and human flaws, teaching lessons through tales of hubris and heroism. The Greeks held a mirror to their society, reflecting their struggles and aspirations. The tragedies of Aeschylus and Sophocles stirred emotions, urging the audience to confront their own fates. It was through these narratives that they grappled with the divine, understanding that the gods were just as unpredictable as the world around them. Yet, amid this rich tapestry, Rome stood poised, its myths infused with a uniquely pragmatic purpose. The Romans adopted and adapted the myths of their neighbors, but they did so with a twist, a focus on duty, loyalty, and the strength of the collective. The Aeneid, written by Virgil, told the story of Aeneas, a Trojan hero whose journey to found Rome was laced with sacrifice and obligation. He was not just a man. He was a symbol of Roman values, a beacon of what it meant to serve the greater good. As the Romans conquered lands, they also absorbed the myths of those they defeated, weaving a complex narrative that transcended borders. The gods of the conquered became entwined with their own, each myth a layer of a grand, evolving story that reflected the diversity of their empire. The Roman pantheon grew richer, with gods like Jupiter reigning supreme, yet the whispers of Osiris and the songs of the Greeks lingered in the shadows, reminding everyone of the intricate connections that bound these civilizations. Yet, in the quiet corners of the empire, the stories were not always grand. Among the common folk, simpler tales flourished. They spoke of local deities, spirits of the earth and sky that offered solace in times of need. These myths were heartfelt, rooted in the daily struggles of life. A farmer might pray to a grain goddess for a bountiful harvest, while a sailor would whisper to the sea god for safe passage. The emotional weight of these stories was palpable, a connection to the divine that transcended the lofty ideals of emperors. In the distant lands of the Celts, another story emerged. They revered nature, their myths intertwined with the changing seasons and the power of the earth. Deities danced in the woods, and the stories told of heroes who fought against darkness, drawing strength from the very land they inhabited. Their tales were not just stories. They were a shared experience, a way to connect with each other and the universe. While Rome focused on the city and its grandeur, the Celts celebrated the wild, the unpredictable beauty of a world untamed. As dusk turned to night in the Roman Forum, the tension between these civilizations lay palpable, a simmering conflict of ideologies. Each society held its myths as sacred, yet Rome, with its unyielding ambition, sought to unify these narratives into a single grand tale, a story of conquest, strength, and unity. It was an exhilarating, yet treacherous path. The myths spoken in hushed tones by the Egyptians, the Greeks, and the Celts held immense power, and Rome understood that to conquer the hearts and minds, one must first conquer the stories they held dear. The gods watched, their eyes glinting with the knowledge of the stakes. The narratives were alive, evolving and shifting, each civilization's beliefs colliding and intertwining in the grand theater of history. The celestial drama, the rise and fall of empires, was a poignant reminder that myths shape lives, forge identities, and mold destinies. Rome, with its fierce determination, was on the brink of transformation, ready to take the narratives of its neighbors and craft a new mythology, one that would echo through the ages, leaving an indelible mark on humanity. And as the stars twinkled overhead, the whispers of ancient myths filled the air, a haunting reminder that every tale told was a piece of a larger puzzle, a thread in an unending tapestry of human experience. The stories of Rome, Egypt, Greece, and beyond were not merely relics of the past. They were alive, breathing life into the present and reaching out into an uncertain future. The stage was set, the players in motion, and the echoes of history thrummed with anticipation, binding civilizations together in a dance of myth and meaning, a dance that refused to end. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, where the air was thick with dust and the weight of impending conflict settled heavy on the soldiers' shoulders. It was a moment caught in time, an echo of countless clashes that had shaped the course of history. Rome, with its unmatched legions, was about to engage in a fight that would not only decide the fate of nations but also etch its myths into the annals of time. The clangor of swords, the roar of battle cries, and the scent of sweat and iron permeated the air, creating a tapestry of emotions that swirled around the warriors. Centuries ago, men donned their armor with the weight of expectation and the flicker of fear in their eyes. They were not just fighting for territory. They were fighting for glory, for the gods, and for the eternal stories that would be told long after their bones turned to dust. Each soldier knew the legends, the tales of valor, honor, and sacrifice, that wrapped around their hearts like the very leather straps that bound their shields. They marched forward not just as men, but as avatars of a mythos that transcended individual lives. In this world of myth and might, one story stood out among the rest. The tale of the Roman general who could sway the course of battles with mere rhetoric, who inspired his men to fight till the last breath. His name was more than a name. It was a spark that ignited courage in the hearts of the weary. He stood tall, arms raised, as his voice soared above the din of chaos, calling upon the ancient gods to witness their bravery. His words, steeped in the power of myth, echoed across the ranks, binding the soldiers together in a shared resolve. These moments were not mere points on a timeline. They were the lifeblood of a civilization that thrived on stories of the past. Each victorious stride forward was accompanied by the whispers of their ancestors, urging them to honor the legacy of those who had come before. Even as the first arrows flew and swords clashed, The soldiers fought not just against their enemies, but against the shadows of doubt and despair that threatened to creep into their hearts. As the battle raged, the connection between the individual and the collective grew stronger. Each warrior's life became a thread in the fabric of larger-than-life narratives. They remembered the tales of Romulus, the founder of Rome, whose bloodlust and ferocity in battle had given rise to a city that would become the cradle of civilization. The heroes of old were not lost to time. They lived on in every charge and every shield raised in defiance of death. Amidst the chaos, a young soldier, barely out of boyhood, felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. His heart raced, not with fear, but with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He glanced at the older veterans, their eyes shining with the fire of countless battles fought and won. They were more than soldiers. They were living legends, wrapped in the glory of their conquests. He wanted to earn his place in the stories that would be told around the fires for generations to come. With each clash of steel, the air vibrated with the tension of life and death. The young soldier lunged forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins, as he confronted an enemy who stood before him like a dark specter, a living embodiment of his fears. In that fleeting moment, he remembered the tales of courage, the stories that whispered of triumph against insurmountable odds. He felt the pulse of the mythic, fueling his resolve as he swung his sword, the clang resounding like a heartbeat in the silence before the storm. Time seemed to stretch, each second a lifetime, as the battle unfolded like a cruel dance. The cries of the fallen and the shouts of the living merged into a haunting cacophony. Yet in the chaos, there was a strange beauty, an artistry of survival. The soldiers fought not only with their weapons but with the weight of their stories, each thrust and parry a testament to the lives they had lived and the legacies they sought to forge. Somewhere amidst the turmoil, a general raised his sword high, not just as a weapon but as a beacon of hope. His rallying cry pierced the air, igniting a fire in the hearts of his men. They surged forward, a tidal wave of resolve fueled by the myths of their past. They were not just fighting for victory. They were waging a war to immortalize their names in the annals of history. They sought not just to win the day, but to carve their legends into the very fabric of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, the battlefield transformed into a sacred ground, a canvas for the stories yet to be told. The echoes of battle would resonate through time, a reminder of the enduring power of myth and the lessons learned on the blood-soaked earth. The soldiers walked away, weary and bloodied, but their hearts were ablaze with the knowledge that they had become part of something greater than themselves. And as the dust settled, the myths began to take root, whispering promises of immortality to those who dared to dream beyond the grave. The power of their stories would weave a tapestry of human experience that would be passed down through generations, binding the living to the dead, the present to the past. As the stars emerged in the night sky, sparkling like the dreams of those who had fought, the narrative of warfare and bravery continued, an unbroken loop that reached toward the heavens, forever echoing through time.